stream number 425. And I'm going to wait for a second to make sure I have stream options. I do. Nice. All right, so we're going to start. I'm going to be working today on a couple example programs that use WebSockets. This is all in Rust, by the way. If I get through those example programs, I'm going to start working on the Raft implementation that I have. And sure, there are plenty of Raft crates out there, but I want to make my own. So I did all of this in C++ a couple years ago. I'm now doing it again in Rust, but not entirely from scratch because I'm going to leverage the unit tests, especially for Raft. So these example programs are more relaxed, not stressful, don't need rigorous tests. WSTalk is a program I made a while back where on the command line you can type messages and they get sent over a WebSocket to a server. Works really great with an Echo server or with a service that just takes text lines. And then a similar program, Lurker. The Lurker I had made before doesn't use WebSockets. It used the IRC-like line-based protocol that Twitch uses. But I've been wanting to try out connecting to Twitch chat through a WebSocket instead, and we have the perfect opportunity now. It'll be a program much like WSTalk, except for I think we're going to just start with having it lurk. So it's going to join a channel anonymously, probably my channel, and maybe just spit out the raw Twitch chat so we can see that, which might be of some entertainment value for people who are using Twitch and don't really know the technical underpinnings of the chat system. So we'll see how it goes. I hope my stream is actually going. No drop frames. We're at what, roughly 2.1 megabit per second upload. Hey there, Uber Unix. We get a stream today, yes. Yep. I didn't stream yesterday because I ate something that, I don't know, my stomach didn't agree with, and I was not feeling that well. And feeling better today. All right, so Twitch chat is just IRC over WebSockets. It's actually there are two different protocols that they support. There's an IRC-like interface, so it's a simple line-based protocol, no WebSockets involved, and then there is a Twitch chat over WebSockets, which is newer. So let's see if we can find. I think I want to do Twitch dev. Not the developer forums. Twitch API, here we go. Chatbots and IRC. I'm looking for where they describe. I guess we want to go to the IRC guide. Okay. So here we go. Here's how we connect over a WebSocket without using security. And this is secure. And then this is the non-WebSocket protocol. The one I've been using up until now. They also have both a secure and an insecure version. So the IRC clients will work. It's not strictly IRC. It's technically like based on IRC or inspired by IRC with some extensions. But this is a very, very, very simple protocol. It's just text lines. There's no framing or anything. Whereas over WebSockets, I believe it's just going to be the same general back and forth of messages, but instead of it being lines of text, it is framed text messages inside of a WebSocket. Why do you ever use an insecure option? Well, for example, if we're just lurking and reading chat, transport layer security would be an unnecessary overhead, right? If you were connecting and you weren't lurking, but you're using your own credentials, I think it would be very foolish to not use security. So I'm going to start with the insecure protocol because I don't need to give any credentials. We're not even going to really be able to chat. We're just going to be able to lurk, and that's it. Hey there, Ramy. Let me give out some other waves. JM Shawl, hi. Hope that answered the question about what Twitch chat is over. I guess I can link this in case you want to read it too. And I already said hi to Uber Unix. And Des DV, hello. And Ramy, hi. Ramy gets a special second wave. Oops, I didn't mean to give him a point. I slipped on the keyboard. You got an extra point, sir. I meant to give you a wowee. Ramy, you never have had points in my chat. Well, now you have one. You get a special point for being here. I'm surprised you don't have any points. Anyway. Oh, I forgot to set up something on my stream. Hold on. Click that. Okay, now we're good. I have a little stream helper that reminds me about some things. Hey there, Endurn. Adam, EJ, indeed. Hello. Waiting for ads to finish. Feels bad, man. Ads. You amassed 10,000 mana. What are we going to do with all this? Just keep on holding on to it, Uber Unix, because eventually I want to have those channel points be used to interact with the overlay. There's not much you can do with my overlay, but if you've seen other Twitch streamers, especially the ones that like to hack with Twitch, they will have really elaborate overlays that let you do stuff with the points, like maybe play sounds, change colors of things. So we'll end up doing that eventually. Latency to broadcast are 1.11 seconds. Is that good? That would be phenomenal for me. I'm used to like 2-3 seconds for my internet. Yeah, there's not much I can do about the ads. If I chose to do so, I could manually start ads in order to prevent what they're called the pre-roll ads, which you see a lot when you first join the stream. Uber Unix gifted a sub to Endorn. Wow. Thank you, Uber Unix. And congratulations, Endorn. Now you can use the reversed EJ without spending your channel points. That's very nice of you, Uber Unix. I appreciate that. No more ads for you, buddy. Oh, that's another reason. Another way to prevent ads is to have a sub. That's true. The only Adam EJ that is still around in circulation. So Left just doesn't have his anymore? Is that what you're saying, Ramy? Do you know I also adopted the pass and fail, Ramy? So you can use Rimo 8 pass and Rimo 8 fail. And you don't even need to be a sub. You could use those channel points and unlock them for a brief period of time. Lefty doesn't stream anymore? Yeah, I haven't seen him stream in a while. Think he disabled subs. Ah. Huh. So anyway, yeah, this was to answer the question about if Twitch chat was over WebSockets. It is, but it's not the only protocol. You can use just straight IRC. But today I'm going to try to do it with WebSockets. So first I want to kind of make a program that we can use just to type things into a WebSocket and then have it echoed back, because I already have an echo server running. It's doesn't have a great name right now. So cargo run example Autobahn server. That's the name of it. Let's make sure it still runs. So it's just going to sit there and wait for a WebSocket connection on a certain port number, 9002, because it's over 9000. But you can reverse fail. You like that fail version much better. It's like the fail like on a flag and it's blowing the wrong way in the wind, right? Is it named that because it goes fast? I don't know, Ramy. Like to propose a currency where mana can be exchanged for a correlated number of minutes watching my cats try to code. I do have the Pet the Cat redemption, but that got abused too much. Hey there, JT. How are you doing? Long time no see, JT. I think I might have just seen you in another stream. You're wondering what about that chat overlay above my head. I didn't write that. Chris did. Check out his stream sometime. Does this work? It does. It certainly does. It highlights it in purple for me. The Autobahn is the German highways. Oh, you're talking about what I was doing yesterday and the day before. Yeah, I'm calling it the Autobahn server because its first application was to sit there and serve requests from the Autobahn test suite. I don't know if you were here for that, but that was Wednesday. I made a test setup where we use the Autobahn test suite, and there's the link if you want to see it again. We use their test suite. They have a Docker image and everything that if you set up an Echo server and then tell that test suite to run with it, it will do a whole bunch of tests and then give you a report, which we ran. Not only do we know that my WebSocket implementation passes all the tests, we also know that it's slightly faster than Tungstenite, which was awesome. And that's what we did yesterday. So we have a working WebSocket implementation. I'm going to use it today to make a little program to talk to WebSockets on the command line. I try to keep notes, JM Shaw, and I'm inspired by another streamer who just recently got a job. You may or may not have heard of him. So you won't be able to see his stream, but Adam13531 inspired me way early on to keep lots and lots of notes. So I keep a note page for every time I stream. All the way back to the first stream, which I didn't take notes on. There was like the second stream I took notes on. I figure we're all entitled to one mistake on any new project, and so my first mistake was the very first stream where I didn't record a single thing. What's this? JM Shaw just resubscribed for the second month? Thank you for the sub. This is supposedly 200 kilometers per hour. Oh, or what are we talking about here? Dutch highways. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm having a hard time keeping up with chat. Yeah, all of my VODs are exported to YouTube. So if you want to see them, it's youtube.com/Rhymeway354. I also have some videos up there for some introductory stuff for like Lua and C++ and a few other things. I need to do more of those. Talking about the max speed of your cars go. Right, got it. Only 120 miles per hour, and aren't you going to get run over if you go on the Autobahn with that? After talking about the Autobahn having no speed cap. Yes. You know, for a while in the state of Montana, there was no speed limit. And then they started having a lot of people dying from high-speed crashes, so they kind of rolled that back for a while. But yeah, it was a thing for a while. They had a speed limit but only during the night. So during the day, there was no speed limit. It was kind of crazy. Kind of rolling back to old times with that. But then they're like, oh yeah, we're seeing a lot of high-speed crashes. Maybe that wasn't such a great idea. Okay, so I have a Echo server running that we can test with. I just now need to establish. Let's make establish another program under WebSockets. WS Talk used to be its own separate project, but we're going to we have a space within Rust crates to make examples, to make an example of you. So we're going to make another example called the WS Talk.rs. All right, so what else do I need to do? I don't think I actually need to do anything other than make a main program, right? So let's do it. fn main. Do the traditional print line. Hello world. There, I've made a Rust program. So I'm going to run it in another shell. I don't have another shell open. All right. Now I have another shell. So cargo run example WS Talk. Hello world. It's that easy. MetroDev, hello. I forgot to say hi to you. When I was struggling to keep up with chat, I think I missed your message. What did you write? Does that say Raft? Is Rusty Raft for the Raft consensus algorithm? It is. That's what that's my I wasn't sure if I would need a whole lot of time for these example apps. So the next thing on my list after WebSockets is to do Raft. So if you have no idea what Raft is, let me ping the bot to give you the link. But yeah, how come I still can't find out where your messages are? I'm bad at this. Oh, another sub is coming through. Endurant gifted Rami a sub? Whoa! So now you can use the emote that you invented, Rami. Okay, I'm still trying to find a few chat messages. How come? Oh, there it is. It was right at the same time someone subbed, so that's why I missed it. Hey, MetroDev. And Woolly Mammoth, hello. There's a Woolly Mammoth in chat. Wow. Have you ever used cool retro term? No, I haven't. Should I check it out? Not right now, but maybe later. Where's my notebook? I like to keep notes about things that I can check out. Whoa, what happened with that scrolling? Ease your scrolling there, partner. All right. Feel like I could get a kick out of it? I'll have to try that later. Thank you, Uber Unix. Let me give you a point for that. What drew me to Rust? Just curious. Why Rust says why. Just a lot of people were, while I was thick in the trenches with C++, they were like, have you tried Rust? You'll really like it. And then I did try it out, and I did really love it. But yeah, it was you fine viewers who told me about and drove me to use Rust. Also, there are a few friends who I have who are also streamers who were really into Rust, like CM Griffing and surprisingly enough, the Primogen, who likes to joke about Rust, but by joking about Rust, he even has the Primogen Rust emote. Just by joking about it, it sort of raises awareness of it, right? So, okay, you're stoked for. I hope you're stoked for what I'm going to be doing. Sometimes I don't get to my whole plan, but we'll see if I can get that far. This is going to take multiple streams to get done. I think it took me 2 weeks to do it in C++. Raft is useful to learn about in a larger context of distributed systems where they're often found. With a question mark. I think it's just useful to learn in general if you want a challenge and you want something that really looks nice and you can feel good about when you get it working. That's been my experience. Just tweeting with him. Oh, I see. Cool. Gamozo also loves Rust. Yeah. Where else is Raft used? Raft is used in distributed databases. So I was actually looking at this earlier today. I'm like, who else has made a Raft library in Rust, right? So you can actually go to crates.io or lib.rs and look up Raft, and one of these, I think it was maybe one of these first, explains that it's used in distributed data storage systems, SQL, NoSQL, KV, streaming, graph. So the next generation of that, and I'm more interested in the implementation of it for my game, which I have working, but it's all in C++. Excuse me, it's all in C++ right now, and I want to combine that coolness with the coolness of Rust. It's also talked a lot with Paxos. Well, Raft is designed to replace Paxos. In fact, a large part of the Raft white paper talks about how it's better than Paxos. All right, that mostly it's in the inventor of Raft likes to talk about how Raft is easier to learn and easier to understand by students, and he even has empirical data in his PhD dissertation showing that his algorithm is easier to learn. So maybe just a slightly bit opinionated about it, but that's okay. We still love them. You have Rust, you have C, Rust C. That's right. Hey, Roland Blade. So Rust C, is that a subtle jab at the C compiler? Or does C stand for compile? We'll never know. Okay, so what I want this example to do, we're going to need to use a few things like struct.io, or struct.opt, I mean, struct.opt, because we're going to have a struct.opt, which has our options in it. Actually, why am I writing this from scratch? I tend to do this where I just start writing, and I don't need to because I've already written it before. Okay, so it's not struct.opt, it is derive struct.opt, and we also derive clone because we're not savages. And then, yeah, we do something like this where, do we actually need a default value of this? I want an option to say who we're going to talk to, so like a server URI or something like that. And that's going to be a string. Will there be a default value? What if we make the default value so I don't have to keep typing it in? ws://localhost 9002. All right, and so instead now we're going to let our options come from our arguments, and then we're going to, let's just print it out for now. One step at a time. We would like to talk to the server at blank. Opts server URI, right? No suggestions? Come on, man. Means I probably have a bug somewhere. Or is it maybe just because we're inside of that? No, there is a bug here. It's opts, not opt. There we go. All right. So now we would like to talk to the server at localhost, but if I maybe change it to example.com, Now it's changed. Excellent. Hey, there's 715209. How are you doing? I saw you were implementing one-time password stuff. And you even had a README in your repo. I was very impressed. Keep up the good work, 715209. TOTP, yes, time-based one-time password. So I did that a while ago in C++. I don't think I'm actually going to do it again in Rust because it's, in fact, if I need it in Rust, I'll probably use like 75209's implementation, because why not? We can, right? Didn't know it was that easy. Yeah, it was super easy, wasn't it? Probably really fun for you too. I'm trying to look at where I did the one-time password stuff. Well, I didn't really need it for a while, so it might not show up until later. Really? Was it? It wasn't until after I launched the game, yeah. I don't know why I'm searching. Oh, here we go. Two-factor authentication. Right, so... how come it says review the work? Maybe I did it off stream or something. I might have done it off stream. Yeah. Or I did it earlier? Okay, but I did it around, yeah, August of 2019. It might have been so much fun that I did it so quickly that I didn't catch it on stream. Trying to learn Rust by programming projects you normally would have done in Python? Yeah, it is quite the learning curve. I'm even going from code that already works and just trying to port that code, and it's a hard thing. PPAP reference as well to the Rust C compiler. Interesting. All right, am I all caught up? Okay, so next piece, what do we want to do here? We would like to actually try to connect. So similar to what I'm doing with the example in the HTTP client, right? That example called Rover. Oh, right. We want to have this shim around everything. I want to be able to hit Control-C at any time and stop. So let's make the real main look exactly like that, and have like a main async that does this. So make this asynchronous so that we can hit Control-C at any time. And I'm going to need to pull in a few things for that. I'm going to need Control-C. I don't want to tab to move the focus. Okay, and then we want also future select. And I don't need future ZXT, do I? I might for the fuse. Yeah, all right. So now we can hit Control-C. Memory model, lifetimes, string slices, string have been so challenging. Yeah. 98% of your time is spent on rework. That's right. Porting Python programs to Rust. That was what my first cutting my teeth on Rust was taking some Python scripts from my game and porting them to Rust. It was tough. I'm going, hopefully 75209. That's the plan, that if I make it through WS Talk and Lurker, I'm going to start taking my Rust, my Raft stuff and do it in Rust. But it's not going to be fast. It's going to be pretty slow. It's going to be a slow Raft. You don't think you want your Raft to have Rust on it? It might sink. I was thinking about calling it the Rusty Raft, but we'll see. See async in my code right now. It's an area you've not touched yet. Yeah, async is really scary, and it's taken me like 2 or 3 different attempts to get into it, but it's got some really cool benefits once you get it working. You can do stuff like this where you don't have to worry about Control-C just dropping your program and causing it to crash. It will cleanly complete first, and so whatever you happen to be doing in your main program just gets dropped. All your destructors get cleanly called and everything. So, for example, I can now say something like wait forever, right? Future, what is it? Pending, no return type, and await that, right? So now the program will run forever until I hit Control-C, but instead of crashing, it will see, it's going to sit there forever, but if I hit Control-C, it cleanly returns, right? It printed the thing I printed. So we could further demonstrate that by I could make something here, struct foo, which has a drop implementation, right? Drop for foo. And hold on, I'll catch up with chat in a second. I just want to demonstrate this. Let's just have it print something. Foo was dropped. Right, and now we'll actually make a foo here. Let foo equal foo. And you would think, like normally with Control-C would just cause this to stop. Well, I think that it's actually going to drop foo cleanly. Look at that. Foo was dropped when I hit Control-C. Isn't that sweet? Hey there, Cthulhu. It was you who was pinging me. Hi. How are you doing today? Did you watch Steve Blasnick's talk last night on Async Rust? No, I missed it. Woolly Mammoth, if you have a link to that, I'd love to watch it. Yeah, so this demonstrates that even though this never completes, by definition, pending never finishes. So this is like saying wait forever, right? Even though we're waiting forever and foo, let's say we don't drop foo until we reach here, which we never should. Drop foo, right? So now I'm explicitly saying, please don't drop foo until we get down here. So it shouldn't ever drop it because this waits forever, right? And yet, through the magic of select, it still gets dropped when I hit Control-C. Isn't that cool? Oh, thank you, Woolly Mammoth. You're awesome. Let me give you a bunch of points. Points, Woolly Mammoth 5. All right, now you can't use your points for much yet, but maybe later when I have stuff for my overlay working, for my game, those points will be highly coveted currency. That should have pasted. Why didn't that paste? Copy, paste. There we go. Thank you for that link. I'd like to watch that later. What kinds of trouble am I getting into today? Not that much. We're starting off pretty light. I'm demonstrating a few things about Rust. Like, this is my new favorite way of wrapping a program with a Control-C handler, where I'll go into a little bit of detail what it does. So basically, this allows me to like run something which might take forever. In fact, we make sure it takes forever, but we can still hit Control-C at some point, and it will end up cleanly destroying everything. It doesn't just crash the program, it fully, cleanly shuts down everything. And by demonstrating by the fact that this should never complete, by saying drop foo here, it tells the compiler not to drop foo early, because if we didn't do that, since we're not using foo at all, it might say, oh, you never needed it, so I'm just going to drop it right away, or never even construct it. This is a technique to know when a value gets dropped, as you implement drop for a type and you just print something, right? So once again, running my program, it's sitting there right here, and then when I hit Control-C, it dropped foo. It didn't drop foo because we told it to drop here. It dropped it because this feature completed first. This one never completed, but everything that feature was holding on to got dropped when the select leaves, because the last reference to that feature is now gone. RAII, my friends. Right? So, hey there, Mr. Balrog. Age is catching up to you. A couple years ago, your doctor said it would be going deaf in 2 years. You haven't heard from him since? I was thinking you were about to say, because you said age is catching up to me. I thought you were going to say a couple years ago it was behind you, now it's in front of you. Select is like C# using. Select, okay, I'll tell you exactly what select is, and you can tell me if it's like a using. What select is a macro, which we're actually pulling from futures crate. And it says, we're going to give you, in this case, 2 futures, but it can actually take many more. It's going to say, with these 2 futures, try to complete them, but stop once the first one is completed. So, in other words, if main async returns first, then we never complete the Control-C future. But if I hit Control-C, that will finish first, and then we will never finish the main async. So whichever future completes first is the one that sort of wins, and then we do whatever is in the arm. So if Control-C wins, it prints out Control-C was pressed. If main async wins, it just does nothing. But we could say something here like, here, let's demonstrate this. We could say here, print line program ran to, we'll say main async completed, right? And then what I'll do is I'll just comment out these lines so that it completes right away. Actually, better than, no, that's okay. I don't want to make it too complicated. Now when I run it, it's going to say main async was completed, right? And foo got dropped naturally. We didn't even have to say it was dropped. So yeah, that's what the select does. Now, select can only be called within an async context. So what I did was I put that code within an async block. Now, an async block can't be executed directly in a synchronous function. The way you run something asynchronous in Rust, and I think in Python as well, is you have to put it onto an executor, something that executes asynchronous tasks. And there's a really simple one built into the features crate that just takes the thread that you're running on and just uses it to run the task. Control-C is imported. Yeah, it's from the async Control-C crate. It's more like task when any... Yeah, okay, there you go. As long as you understand what it is... See, I don't know enough about C# to have answered the question, so that's why I describe what it is, and then you can draw a conclusion. Your wife told me you're not even listening to me, are you? I thought that was a weird way to start a conversation. All right, Cthulhu, it's you versus Mr. Balrog who will have the better jokes today. Okay, so, yeah, I wanted to go a step further with this. Let's say we're not going to wait forever. Let's say we're going to wait 5 seconds, right? Now we can have a race between these two. Which one will finish first, right? So rather than just having this here, I'm going to steal from another crate where we do this. And where was that? It was in... Actually, it's the same crate, isn't it? Isn't it in my tests? Yes. I have actually a special timeout function. There we go. And we'll just temporarily make a copy of it here, right? Here is a function, it's asynchronous, that runs some future until it completes or until a certain amount of time has reached. And look, it uses what you're already familiar with because I just described it. It's the select macro again. Yay! So like I was explaining before, which should be easier to understand now, these two are alternatives. They both talk about futures. So here's the F future, which we're given. And then the other future is we're using a crate called futures timer to give us a delay. That actually, you know what? That means I don't even need the timeout. But anyway, I'll finish explaining this anyway. There's a crate called futures timer, and it has a type called delay, and it's basically gives you back a future that completes after a fixed time interval. So if this finishes first, we get back a result. If this finishes, if it times out, we get an error. I actually don't need all of this, do I? I really just need this part. And I'm going to put it here and await it. And the time here, we'll put standard time duration from seconds 5. All right, and goodbye timeout. You served me well. All right. So now when I run this, if I wait 5 seconds, 2, 3, 4, 5, main async was completed and foo was dropped, right? But what happens if I hit Control-C before 5 seconds elapses? Foo is still dropped, right? But here we went through the second alternative in our overall main, which is Control-C was pressed and we aborted. See how that works? So this holds it up for 5 seconds. If during that time I hit Control-C, this future finishes first and we print that. If I don't hit Control-C, this will complete, and then we actually don't even, well, I'll keep that in there. We would drop foo, and then it would complete, and we would go through this arm. Hey there, Resubaka. I love explaining this stuff. I hope I'm doing a good job with it. And hey there, DC17 or 4. I'm probably butchering your name. Yeah, so once again, the things I'm importing, async Control-C, the futures crate, and struct op for this example. Okay, so then let's trim away some of the stuff we didn't need. We don't need foo. Thank you, foo. You did your job in explaining how drop works. All right. Let's say, well, I don't plan for this ever to complete, so let's go back to not doing anything. All right, so we would like to talk, so now we're going to actually try to connecting to server at that, right? Okay, let's look at how Rover does this. I don't need to do all this SSL stuff yet. So we're going to skip the SSL stuff. So we're just going to make a default HTTP client. So let client equal that. I'll need to import that. Use a Raimu web client. That's the name of my crate. HTTP client. I want to do one more thing too. We're going to have possible errors happening here, right? So let's do a result. Let's do an anyhow result with no output, right? So this is going to be another crate we're going to pull in, and it has the lovely effect of packaging errors into a common type, and then has some really nifty ways to print out errors. So we're going to use that. I think in order to use it, I need to pull it into my my list of dependencies here, right? Yeah, anyhow. All right, using anyhow. Actually, I don't need to do that unless I use an impromptu one. Let's just put it in there now. I probably will. Okay, so then at the end, to make this compile, I'm going to have to say okay. And then here, because the result is different, I will want to say that it is a anyhow result. Right? Actually, that's not how we do it. That's not how we do it. It's result. And then inside here, let's say match result. Actually, I don't care if it's success. Let's just have it print out something if it's an error. If let error equal result, then let's just print it. And let's do the sophisticated way of printing errors, which is ePrintline. Error, some error, and then we'll use the debug print, and then result error. Okay, and then to test this, let's manufacture an error. Actually, it'll be really easy to manufacture an error if we try to connect to a web server that isn't listening for us, right? So how do we fetch a request? Right, we make a request that is target and tell the client to fetch. So let's do that. All right, so make a request. So request comes from another crate that I made, Raimu web request. And then forming the URI is from yet another crate, which is actually published. It's Raimurai. Raimurai. And the URI is going to be ops.server URI. Okay, so then let's just for now fetch it and do an early return on error. And I'll explain what that is in a second. For the connection use, that's a flag, right? So I had a special type for that flag, connection use. So we're going to say, let's actually, because that's a little bit obscure, that's not exact enough, let's rename it to HTTP client connection use. And so we can say HTTP client connection use single resource. Actually, we're going to want to upgrade this to WebSocket, right? Let's just say upgrade, because that's what we want to do. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You ever hate it when your friend says he's bilingual and then starts talking in binary? Hey there, Roll and Blade. Oh, wait a minute. Did I give you two waves there? I did. Okay, I forgot that I said hi to you. So now you got two waves. Hope no one else is jealous of that. Getting a JS vibe from that kind of scenario setup? There are inspirations from all sorts of languages there. Epic. Double wave. What's the error here? Do I just need to hit save? No. Expected value found. Oh, right. We need a value for upgrade. That's WebSocket. That's right. We're going to upgrade to WebSockets. But okay, it needs to be given the name protocol because it's an owned string. So we're going to have to say string from WebSocket. All right. Now, you might be wondering, how did it auto-format that? Well, let me show you what I have in my settings. We have for Rust. Okay, I'm slacking here. I can't describe it fast enough. We have it for on Rust editor format on save true, right? And I think by default it uses Rust FMT. I use a special flag to turn it on for to make it use the nightly settings, because I have my own custom configuration for Rust FMT right here. And I went over this like last week or something like that. So this is the closest I could get to my preferred style of coding in Rust, but it requires a lot of features that aren't instable yet. So if you look at my code and you're wondering about this Rust FMT and why I have to run nightly, it's because a lot of the stuff isn't even stable yet. But anyway, it's pretty nifty now that I'm getting used to it. I kind of like it. I can write things really sloppy and allow the formatter just to make it clean for me. Used to be a professional fisherman, but you came to the conclusion you can't live on your net income. Nice. Yeah, William Mammoth, we're using Rust Analyzer for the features like these run debug buttons, and whenever I make a mistake like that, the red squigglies. That's all thanks to Rust Analyzer. There are two plugins that I'm aware of for Rust that are pretty popular. One is the Rust Analyzer, which is what I use, and I use that mostly because of these run debug buttons. The other one you will find if you search is this one. That doesn't have the run debug buttons. As far as I know, maybe they've added it since. It's more popular, but I think it's because the name is easier to find. And I believe it's older. You're in Vim, you can use CFC with Rust Analyzer. Looks identical to mine. Perfect. That is a good mark for your editor. That you can get your editor to be configurable enough to fit what you want is a good sign. So the reason I use VS Code is not that I hate Vim, but I am used to using Visual Studio from Windows, but I wanted a tool that runs on Linux and Mac OS the same way, and VS Code fits that, and also it's got a lot of extensions that really tailor it to what I like. Notepad is the best IDE. I mean, it's the most available one in Windows. Hey, you can finally look at Unix line endings in Notepad without it becoming one long line now. So there's a lot to be said about that. Sure, Notepad's an IDE. It's just maybe lacking all of the things you might need. I don't know. Do I know VS Codium? No, I don't, actually. Isn't that backwards, Woolly Mammoth? Oh, no, you wrote it with greater thans. But I don't know. Some people really like Sublime. I would agree with the VS Code greater than Atom, because what I've heard is that VS Code was inspired heavily by other editors like Atom, and is better performant. But that's just what I've heard. It's all hearsay. It's not admissible in court. It's just an opinion too, anyway. I don't want to take a crap on any editor or any IDE or any language for that matter, because I hate fanboyism. I don't want to speak in dogma and try to force my opinion on other people. I just say what I like. And I don't mean that in the sense of I say whatever I like. I mean, I just tell you what I like, and then if you have yet to make a decision for yourself, maybe consider what I am doing. But if you already have something you like, don't make me force you to change. You only recently learned that VS Code uses ripgrep implemented in Rust. Ooh, I didn't know that ripgrep was implemented in Rust. The only things I knew that were written in Rust were parts of Firefox and Dart. The new alternative to Node.js is largely written in Rust. Sublime didn't bug with the licensing product. Would it still be less than Atom? That's a good question. I know people who swear by Sublime. They love it. And more power to them. VS Codium is a free open source software on Microsoft edition of VS Code. Well, VS Code is open source, so everyone's free to fork it, right? Really love the look of Sublime. I'm sure if we look, there are probably Sublime mappings and themes for VS Code. Look at that. We got the text key map, we got the material theme, we got commands, we got search. Yeah. I mean, if you like Vim, there are Vim plugins for VS Code. Are there VS Code plugins for Vim, though? That's what I'd like to know. All right. Anyway, let me not to get too distracted. So we're making a new web client. We're making a new request. We're filling in the URI for the request. We're telling the client to please fetch it for us and upgrade it to the WebSocket protocol. This is enough for me. I don't need this 5-second delay anymore. This is enough for me to, and we can remove this, enough for me to see the error. We don't even need the question mark, right? Because that will return an error, won't it? Found enum result, fetch results. Oh, the type is not right. So I need to do like a let equal that await there. That should work. No? Oh, okay. All right, so now I can run this and talk to, let's go back to talk to localhost WebSocket, localhost, but we'll go to a different port number, 9001, which there should be no one listening on that one. I'm surprised it took me that long. But yeah, this is an example of the nice printout that you get with anyhow errors. You get the top level error, but then you get kind of like a sort of like a stack trace, if you will, of the inner errors. So if this one had another inner error, you would see that on the second line. So it's really nifty. So you can see we couldn't connect to the server. Well, why? Because no connection could be made because the target machine is actively refusing it. So there you go. If we connect to this one, this should actually connect, right? Yeah, so it connects. Down here in the server, it'll say it received a connection, but it was a bad request because my WebSocket Echo only accepts WebSocket connections and we didn't fill it in correctly, right? Yeah, so right now I'm not actually making a request that is a valid WebSocket request. I need to use my own WebSocket builder to make the request correctly. So let's do that. Let WebSocket builder equal WebSocket. Yeah, it's going to come from WebSockets. We'll need to pull in a use for that. Client builder start open, right? And what arguments does start open take? Nothing. It gives us back the builder and the request. The builder and the request. So we don't have to make our own. Now the start open makes it for us. And then we simply fill in the target. So this should get a little bit further. Connecting. Cool. So now the WebSocket server is happy. It was serving that WebSocket connection. Once we got connected, we dropped it. All right. So if we want to keep the WebSocket, let's do something after the fetch succeeds, right? So it would be going back to the builder and telling it to finish opening. And we need to give it the underlying connection, the response, the trailer, all that stuff. Where am I going to get that? Well, I should be getting that back from the fetch, shouldn't I? Hold on. Where do I get that back? Did I not finish this correctly? No, I did get that working. Okay, I'm having a brain fart right now. How do we do the Autobahn client to get a connection back? I forget. Run test, yes. Connect, yeah. Oh, there's an oh, it comes back in the upgrade field of fetch results. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, so it's buried here inside of the fetch results. Fetch results will be the response, and then if we upgraded the protocol, it'll have the connection in it and any extra bytes in it. All right, all right. Actually, since I already wrote it there, why don't I just use it? I wrote it here, right? We're just looking at it. So I'll just do what they did. So match that. If we get, yeah, why don't I just copy all this stuff? Why not, right? Paste it. There we go. Hold on, let me catch up with chat. I've fallen a little bit behind. I've fallen way back behind. Rolling been researching peer-to-peer collaboration for a future project, which probably too experienced to even attempt. It feels like you've stepped into a school with all the research papers. Hey, but that's a good sign, right? That means you're learning the core of what technology you need. RipGrep's been created just because the author of Rust, Regex, wanted to benchmark against GNU grep Regex, really? Found out that it's so good that it's a good idea to publish it as a general tool. Well, there you go. I bet they felt good, and thank you for contributing that, Silmith. Just casually flexing all the time. Burnt sushi. Oh, is that the inventor of RipGrep? There are tons of great stuff you're using implemented Rust. Alacrity, RipGrep, FD, BAT. Oh, okay. Hey, you know who's also still in college is John Hu. Shout out to John Hu. Different stream, but John Hu is a creator of a lot of content, especially on YouTube. And I've watched several of his videos, and he's still in college. He's getting his PhD, I think. And he's very, very knowledgeable about Rust. I learned a lot from that. So just because you're in college as a student doesn't mean that you can't be an expert in something. Inner errors, Java flashback. Yeah, well, Rust has got inner errors. What can I say? PhD, though, that's still college, isn't it? It's a different kind of college. He's watching his videos on Lifetime. See, I watched his video on Lifetime. I watched his video on pinning. And didn't I watch another video of his on borrow checking or something? Or maybe that was the same one as the Lifetime's one. He already is a doctor? So maybe the videos I'm watching are old. When he was talking about that he was still in school in Cambridge, right? The Crust of Rust. Yeah, that's a series that he has. Yeah. Then occasionally he'll also stream on Twitch. It's a different stream because he is more making content to be posted on YouTube. So it's less interactive. But he'll still interact with chat, but he tries to keep it on topic. And then his recordings don't include a chat overlay, so you kind of miss half the conversation. But he does have a good way of addressing questions by repeating the question and giving the context, so it's good. He's moving to California? Nice. Maybe I'll get to meet him someday. Please give you ways to use your points. You're at 14.5K. Okay, we just got to keep collecting in prof elements. We'll work towards that. I think the first thing I'll use the channel points for, the mana, is for messing with the overlay. Like, I don't know, causing sounds to go off, little visual effects, you know, like what other streamers do. I want to be like them. Hi, Prof Elements. Pro Table Flipper, how are you today? We'll give you something for the channel points to do. You just have to give me some time. I know I'm slow. I'm old and slow. Response. I'll catch up. Oh, we don't need to make a request anymore. It's given to us. So far, we don't need any. I'm going to keep that there, though. All right, so the way this works is that I forgot to explain what the question mark operator is. It's really nifty operator in Rust. If you're in a function that can return any kind of thing that is implementing the try trait, in other words, something that may have, which normally has one alternative, but sometimes can have a secondary alternative. So a good example is result. Result means two alternatives, success or fail. Another example is option. It's either something or it's nothing. What a question mark operator does is it says if it's the, I forget the term they use, but if it's the fail or the none, the alternative that is non-typical, then it will do an early return and just return that alternative. So in the case of anyhow result, the unlikely alternative is an error. So if this fetch call returns an error after we wait for it because it's asynchronous, question mark operator will return that error right away. But if it's not an error, if it's the primary alternative, the most typical alternative, in this case success, it will take it out of the result and just give it as the value for the expression. So in this case, it gives it to the match, to match against these patterns. So we get a fetch results normally. Question mark operator extracts that out of the result. If I click on fetch, you'll see we get a result, right? The primary alternative is fetch results. So we get that fetch results out if it succeeds. But if it doesn't succeed, then this error right here gets returned as the error for the anyhow result. Hey there, Romania Hate. That's going well. I enjoy explaining this stuff. I hope you guys don't mind me over-explaining from time to time. It's 3 a.m. there. Why are you still up, Pro Table Flipper? Don't let me keep you up. But it's great that you're here. I think John Hu was quite inactive lately because he was focusing on finishing his PhD thesis. That's what I thought he mentioned in one of his videos, that he was going to be working on that. Which is on a very cool database engine. Oh, really? That's sweet. I wonder if it uses Raft. You don't like using Unwrapped outside of draft code because it initiates a panic. Yeah, so what I've been kind of guided to by you fine folks in chat is to use it, minimally use expect. So I'll do stuff like this, where write macro shouldn't be panicking. The only way that this could panic is if there's something messed up in the one of the formatters for these values, right? So typically you could just do an unwrap here, right? And go home. It compiles, it's fine. If it ever does fail, you'll just get a nasty panic. Expect is like a tiny step up from that. It still panics, but you get to say what the message will be in the panic, so you can give a little bit more context. The next step up from an expect would be to eat the error. So something like let that equal that. That's a way to eat the error, especially if there's no primary alternative anyway. There's no value if it succeeds, right? That's eating the error. So then it doesn't panic, but then it might hide an issue in the code. Like if we really cared that it wrote something to here, we wouldn't want to eat the error, right? So the next step up from eating the error is we're getting to the territory of you're going to want to use results and bubble them up. Usually you want to bubble them up as high as you can and try to include context as you go to give your user sort of a trace of what happened and why. At least this is the convention that Rust uses, which I actually prefer. I used C++ for years, and I hated that C++ had exceptions because you had really no idea where it's going to go. With Rust's error handling, you at least know it's going to go up one step at a time, and for it to compile, every step along the way has to intelligently decide what they're going to do with the result. Here we're intelligently deciding that if we get an error here, we would kind of want to stop and let the caller deal with it. Yeah, so I try to avoid unwrap. I'll use expect if the error should never happen, and if it does, it indicates a design flaw or some other kind of bug that like we could have detected at compile time. If it's a runtime error, I try to bubble it up now, and I'm trying to follow guidance from others, which is at the app level, use anyhow, because it can let you avoid making your own custom errors, and you can make one-off errors with their anyhow macro, and you can just print them like this, and it gives you a nice little, do I still have that example here? If I scroll up. Yeah, it gives you this nice little display of what the error was. That's the outer error, and that's the inner error. And if there's more than one in the chain, it would print the whole chain. So it's really nice. And then inside of libraries, I use this error for defining custom errors. So if you go into my WebSockets, there's an error.rs where we have a quite a few different kinds of errors, but we derive from this error. So you can the doc comment becomes what shows up when you look at the manual, the documentation, and then what string you put in error is what is attached as the reason string if you ask the error what the reason is. And it'll handle the chaining of inner errors if you give the if you attach data to the variant and you mark a field as the source, it'll say, okay, that's what I'm going to identify as the inner error. It's pretty cool. So that's what I've been led to use. It's Christmas early, unwrapping all the rusty gifts. Yeah. So we try not to unwrap. Why am I unwrapping there? I'm unwrapping there for no good reason, actually. I shouldn't even be unwrapping there. I think I copied this from somewhere else where I was being lazy. There. Fixed. If we wanted to say what we were doing at the time, this is how we would do it. We would say context, which we get from anyhow. I just learned this last night, actually. It's really cool. Context. Parsing the the given WebSocket server URI. I got other errors, which is why it's not reformatting my code, but you get the idea. So this will turn it into an anyhow error with a nice string attached to it. I'll show you in a minute after I get the rest of this stuff to compile. Don't know why this code works. Note, ignore for now. Those are all ways in which you could deal with an error. That's true, but I wouldn't give you a whole lot of points for it. Rust type inference is still weird for you to wrap your head around. Yeah, for me too. So what? There are a couple tools you can use for that, right? If you're using VS Code with Rust Analyzer, you can toggle inlay hints. So I'll do that occasionally to say, oh, the type really is HTTP, and then this thing we get back really is a WebSocket client builder. The other thing that I'll do, because those inlay hints sometimes make me nervous because they look like code but they're not, is I'll just hover over something and it'll say, oh yeah, that's an HTTP client. Okay, what is this? That's a request, and I can click to go to its definition, right? The other thing I'll do sometimes is, especially if I got a lot of compiler errors, is I'll say, well, we're not ready to say what we want to do with all this stuff, so let's just comment it out and say to do. To do is a really nifty tool when you're still working on stuff, but you want to see what you've gotten working so far, especially if you want to see what the types of things are. Is you just fill in to do wherever you have stuff that doesn't quite work. This doesn't work because we want to use anyhow, right? So let's say anyhow WebSocket server gave us an unexpected response. And we could even include, well, I'm not going to include that. Who cares? Question mark that. And why am I getting an error here? Doesn't anyhow return something we can early return? Maybe because I'm not done yet here. Let's comment that out. I thought anyhow oh no, we have to say error anyhow. Yeah, now I'm going to get a whole bunch of warnings, but at least I can see like what the types of things are. So I can see that this upgrade here, for example, is an optional connection upgrade. So the type inference, when it starts to get sort of difficult for me to figure out what the type is, because Rust compiler can get pretty deep in its understanding of types, is I'll use those techniques I just described to kind of get better grounded on what my types are. You can also just kind of assert to the compiler that things had better be what you asked for. So I can say this had better be a Ramu web request, and then if it's not, or can I say it in that context? Maybe you can't say it in the context of when you're destructuring. Oh, you can do that, but you have to do it by destructuring the entire tuple, right? So I have to say something like this. Now it's okay again, right? So if I said something like, well, that should have been a borrow request, now it won't compile because it's going to say, oh, well, the type isn't what you said it should be. So that's another way to verify that you know what the types are, that you're agreeing with the compiler, is you manually annotate the type yourself. There are also some occasions where you have to do this because the compiler may pick a slightly different type, especially when it comes to like combinations of traits. And you have to tell the compiler, well, this had better be send and sync and unpin. If it's not, don't proceed. And that will sort of guide the compiler to say, okay, I'll make this send, sync, and unpin, and then that will allow something else to compile. Whereas the compiler will sometimes say, well, it doesn't need to be send or sync. I'll just go with it not. And then later somewhere else, it's like, well, I can't send it between threads now. I've run into that twice now that I can remember. But anyway, we don't need to annotate that type, right? Let me catch up with chat again. Implementing from iterator on your own types has been very ergonomical use for me. Yeah. What's really cool that I found is that, let's say you're making a structure like foo. And then let's say naively, we say something like implement to or into string for foo, right? What's really cool about this is you can implement it, but okay, take that back. I thought it gave you. Oh no, here's where it is. It's not in the in the linter or the compiler. It's in the actual documentation itself. One should avoid implementing into and implement from instead. So I think this is really nice of the standard library language designers that they put in these little hints here and there. So if you're ever tempted to implement it and you look at the documentation, you're like, oh, that's right. I shouldn't implement into, I should implement from instead. So there we would instead turn this around to be implement from foo for string, right? And then it is, if you go into the documentation, it'll explain why that's better. So it's just turning it around. And instead of both of them, by the way, into string for foo, both of these do the same thing, really, right? This, okay, now I can't do both because you can't have both simultaneously. But let's say you could, right? They really do the same thing. This one is a way to turn a foo into a string, right? This one also turns a foo into, no, I got it backwards, didn't I? Turning a foo into a string. Yeah, this is also turning a foo into a string, but it's backwards. The self here is string. So you're turning a foo into a string. They both are doing the same thing, right? Turning a foo into a string, but one is describing it from the reverse direction. And they advise you against that because this has some advantages over the other. And I really like that the standard library documentation and the books all kind of guide you to do it correctly. So you're not, if you're led into doing a whole bunch of these into implementations, the worst that can happen is someone will later on will tell you, hey, didn't you read the manual about that trait where it said you should avoid implementing it? And then you learn something. Actually, you learn two things. You learn not to implement into, and then you learn to read the manual. All right, let's continue. So why is this a warning here? Oh, it's telling me I don't need to do that. Quick fix. Try this. There we go. But even better would be not, we don't even need this okay, right? I can simply leave that off and then have this be a tail value. Okay. Now to handle an upgrade. So let me explain what I'm doing here. I copied this from somewhere else. This is after making a successful request of the web server and we're getting a response back. We're looking at the response and we're saying the response has to have a status code of 101. Now this looks, the syntax is a little goofy. This is the overall pattern. The pattern has to be a fetch results where the response has a status code of 101. That's the only requirement of the value. It has to be a match results. The response has to be status code 101. The response at here is a way to match a subpattern. That says that this part of the overall fetch results has to match this pattern, and when it does, attach the name response to it. So that's how we're able to use response here to look at a subset of the overall value. The overall value is our fetch results. We didn't need that. We just needed the response out of it. So let's pull that in. So what we're doing when we get a response with status code 101, that's the server telling us that, yeah, we're going to talk to you with WebSockets, right? So then because I made the upgrade part of a fetch results have an optional attached data, we have to make sure it's something. The reason why it's option is that it's possible for the server to tell you it's 101, but for some reason maybe we lost the connection, right? So then it would be like the server told us we would upgrade, but sorry, we don't have the connection anymore. So that I wanted to handle by turning it into an error. I think I just want to turn this into an anyhow again. Connection to server lost right after WebSocket protocol upgrade. So that shouldn't really ever happen in practice, right? I am missing some punctuation here. All right. Shouldn't happen, but if it does, we'll have a nice error out of it, right? Okay, so the next thing I want to do is split the connection into the transmit and receive parts. That's the transmit, that's the receive, because my WebSocket builder wants to box them up separately because it's going to end up giving them different subtasks. So the split comes from a trait. Async read ext. So we'll tell it to import that. All right, and then we can finish the open and get a WebSocket, right? And right, so instead of map error, I think this should just be an context. Finishing client WebSocket. Oh, I misspelled client. And I misspelled WebSocket. Client. Why type it when I can copy paste it? Finishing WebSocket handshake. And then question mark that. All right, and then we would have the WebSocket. What we're going to do with it at this point, let's just say we're going to call another function. So use WebSocket. And we're going to make that asynchronous, right? And that's going to be this function. It's going to take a WebSocket. And it's not going to return anything. In fact, right now, let's just have it wait forever. Which is, again, futures, future pending, no return type, await. And that comes from my WebSockets. So let me clean up some of these usings, right? So I can just say use super or crate. How do I do this? Oh, I used the proper name for it. Okay, fine. WebSocket. Then I don't need to, I can just search replace this, right? And take that one off. WebSocket. All right. We also need that type. Use WebSockets that. And I guess I changed the name of that, didn't I? Oh, it's just not marked mutable. Okay, so what are these warnings telling me? This makes sense because we don't need the response there. What's this one right here? Passing a unit value to a function. WebSocket's not a unit, right? It's a WebSocket, so what's the fix for that? Move the expression in front of a call. I don't get that. Are they trying to tell me that this doesn't return anything, so I should just call it and say okay? I think that's what they're trying to tell me. To do something like this. Okay, fine. I don't mind. And then what's wrong with this one? Use of okay or followed by a function call. What do they say to try instead? Let's ask. So instead of run, we'll do Clippy. To see what they suggest. To do that correctly, I gotta do a dash dash after that, right? Try this, okay or else. Okay, so they want me to do an okay or else. Anyhow. With what? I guess that's what they want. Yeah, all right, fine. Fixing all the warnings. And then this one is we're simply not using the WebSocket yet. Okay, warning-free code. Let me catch up with chat. Wow, I've skipped a lot of chat. You've forgotten a lot of things from the Rust book, but you can feel it go into long-term memory as you relearn it. Yeah, that's been my experience too. What I usually do nowadays is I keep the standard Rust standard library documentation around, and when I'm doing async stuff, I keep the futures crate documentation around, and I just look stuff up if I'm not sure, and that helps me remember. You have to give the entire binding a type. Yeah, that's right, Sarian. I figured that out. let me give you a point for also telling the answer. You switch for a short period from JS project from TypeScript. You missed your types. Romania, if I switched back to C++, I think I would miss all the stuff like fetch, this earlier return. I would miss a ton of stuff. I'm scared of going back to C++ now. Hey there, Lazy Guru. I'm finally catching up to saying hi to you. That was 11 minutes ago. Sorry it took me a long time. You can partially elide them too. I don't know how to do that yet. For example, right, if you... Oh, in the type, you can say that? So I didn't know you could do that. You're saying that I can... When I give the specification here, I can elide that type and say that this one's a request? But specifically, it's got to come from Raimu Web. Oh, wow, I didn't know you could do that. I've learned something. See, Sarian is always teaching me something. Another point for Sarian. So you can do that where you elide away the type in the type annotation for this tuple. If Rust had a mature GUI framework, it would be amazing. Hey, they're getting there. By the time I need it, maybe it'll be mature. What if you just use U, Roland Blade? You heard of this? Rust U. What if you just use WebAssembly bindings and you make your GUI the web browser? That's what I'm planning to try out at some point. CM Griffin uses that to do Rust in the browser. I'm more and more a fan these days of having the web browser be my GUI framework. The auto trait, yes. Okay, I'm still catching up with chat. Probably you ACN add a clippy to throw error for using impl into. Oh, you can enable that? Okay. You should read the documentation, not struggle to figure out yourself. Yeah. Definitely read the documentation, Rasubaka. Need 9,000 IQ to understand ancient C++ text? Perhaps. Or you could use a tool. There are tools out there that translate C++ to other languages, right? Could that be with matchguard like fetch results if response is one-on-one? I guess it could be, but I thought this was cool to do. Yeah, so I could have rewritten this to be separate, right? I could have said if results.response.status code equals 101. Then I would just have to say, would I have to say results here? Use out of moved value. Move occurs here. Oh, so like borrow that. Okay, I don't know quite the syntax. The problem, I think, is that I need to give this overall thing a name, which I didn't. So another way to do it would be to give it a name up here, right? Let results equal that. And then I would match results. And then I wouldn't need this name here. And then I don't need this part at all, right? In fact, I don't need the response at all, so I can just say ... comma upgrade. I thought I could do that. Must be at the end, okay. Put it at the end. Can't have a comma. Oh, I used response, so I do need to say response. So yeah, there's another way I could have said it. Maybe, is this easier to read? Maybe I keep this because it's easier to read. But this is an alternate way of doing it. So instead of matching a subpattern in there, we have a, what are we calling that? A match guard? To say only match this if this turns into true. But you see, I had to give the overall results a name first to do that. And maybe there's a way to do it without doing a let first. But with the other way I did it, I didn't have to give results a name at all. WebSockets and Rust now. That's right, Microsoft Hooligan. And hello. And hey, this guy is talking very badly about you on his stream. We tried telling him to stop. Okay. Why is he talking bad about me? And welcome to Twitch. The usual for me. Hi. You can't, what, do, I lost the context of that pro table flip racing. I can't do this without having a let results. Okay, maybe. match guard shouldn't need results. Well, I needed it to get to the response. Oh, you're saying I can just say if response status code? Oh, that's nifty. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could use a variable there immediately there. Thank you, Silent Z. That's another thing I didn't know. It's just bait for getting viewers on his alt account. I'll give the usual for me a chance to explain that. The usual for me. Could you please explain? Because if that's just bait to get people to watch your account, then I'm going to ban you. Also, he did a typo. Okay. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, if people are doing stuff like that, I would just like to say, please don't. Please be respectful, other streamers and all that. If it was an honest mistake, that's fine. If you're just trying to lure people into your channel, then don't do that. Did I miss anything else? I do like this, so that means I don't need, I can go back to doing match, which I wanted to do all along. Because I really didn't need that to have a name. Ah, that just looks so much nicer. Thank you, my friends. Dodgy link, don't click. Okay, so I haven't gotten an explanation from the usual for me. So, see ya, usual for me. You're banned now. Okay. He's long gone anyway. Yeah. Well, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. All right. If someone was saying something bad about me, I'm like, maybe I did something to offend them. If so, I would like to apologize. All right. I'm kind of interested why the formatter didn't break that up. That's a long line. I didn't need response. Okay. So what happens if I just do this myself? Is the formatter going to keep it? Okay. When that happens, I think it's because Rust FMT didn't want to step in here and format this for me. Or it's being flexible, which I respect. I would like to at least, what do you say, unfold that at least that much. It was semi-random? It was kind of random. I never heard of that other stream anyway. Now, if they quoted the stream of someone else that I knew, I'd be like, I don't think so. I don't think they would say something bad about me. Because they're not that kind of person. And so if it's a name I don't know, I'm like, how would they even know me? Oh, your name you mean. Okay. Oh, I didn't see Lumacode's statement. They like your username. Now, have you ever spelled Microsoft this way? Because I used to do that. Because when I was young and foolish, I thought, oh, Microsoft is the evil empire, right? Now I kind of laugh at that. It's something one of my kids would do. Yeah. Anyway, that's hella cool. You've seen that before, right? Microsoft is the evil empire. It's a silly thing that I did when I was a teenager. Okay, moving on. So if we get here, so this should run and get me a WebSocket and sit there forever now. I didn't want to run Clippy. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You didn't even type that much? Oh yeah, I've seen people do that too, just $. Yeah. Okay, so I never printed something when we're connected, but the server should be saying serving connection to, right? We're also not printing something when the WebSocket's closed. I might want to print that just because. Yeah. Let's print more stuff. I hate it when I'm not printing out enough. So I'm going to print something here. Connected to server. Go ahead and type. Go ahead and type anything you want. On a different line, I'll say, press Control C to disconnect and exit the program. Have fun. All right. We can have fun on the same line. There we go. And then on the server side, I kind of want to print something out too. So that is this one. It's named Autobahn Server because we used it to test it against the Autobahn test suite, but it really should just be called Echo Server. I'll think about renaming it later. If I rename it, then I lose parity with Autobahn Client, which, yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do. Maybe have just a duplicate called Echo Server, and then they could evolve differently later. Context should work for options, so you wouldn't need that OKR. Oh, really? That's right, because it works for anything with try, right? So I could have said context. Only it's frightened of doing the formatting right now for some reason. So I will do it for it. Wonder why Rust FMT doesn't want to format that. If I do this, it'll format it, right? Yeah, it formats that. I wonder if it's a depth problem, because we're inside a match arm of we're inside an arm of a match of asynchronous function. That link looks so broken. Is it broken? It worked. It looks broken because it's percent encoded for the some of the characters. Actually, that's a really weird looking link. Oh, the comma character, the comma and the space. Yeah, those need to be percent encoded. Everything else there does not need to be percent encoded. Yeah, so it looks weird because comma and space have to be percent encoded. The rest don't need to. If we tried it with a comma space, actually, I think what would happen is I think since I'm typing into the browser, it'll comma, yeah. Okay, I guess comma didn't need to be percent encoded, but the space definitely needs to. The alternative would be to put a plus there. That should work too. So there, I've cleaned up your link. That's the cleanest we can make that. Okay, why didn't that paste correctly? That's really weird. Is that just my editor? That's strange. That should be fine. No, it's percent encoding everything. Okay, I guess that's Chrome doing that. Okay, now I'm not so sure. Maybe the some of these other characters have to be encoded too. No, it's not a Twitch bug. It was when I it's going to the clipboard. It's already messed up. It's already got percent C 3 C's in there. Those don't need to be there, right? Those don't need to be there. They're fine the way they were. That should work, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, that works. Over-aggressive percent encoding going on here. Raise the alarm. Doesn't like angular brackets should be fine. I don't know why they're so picky. Okay, but there is one thing that Twitch did there which was wrong, which it didn't include the semicolon in the... Oh no, there was no semicolon. Did I add the semicolon by mistake? I must have typed that by mistake. Alright, anyway, I'm getting to... Why did I close that? After all that effort to get that link up, I was going to take a look at it. It was about using anyhow with option, right? Oh, is this not working because I screwed it up? Yeah, okay, so the link works, but the anchor is wrong. There's the correct anchor. Okay, so yeah. It was legal, but it didn't anchor to the correct place. Anyway, yeah, we can use context for option. What does it yield when it's none? You get an error that it should have been something? I don't know, let's look at it. Yeah, error. So whatever you put in the context becomes the text for the error if it's... Oh yeah, so they're just doing it internally for us. What a nice crate. It does the okay or else for us. Did I give you a point yet? Silent Z, no, I didn't. Let's give you another point. Learning so many things. I hope you guys are learning something too. All right, and I didn't wave to a bunch of people. Silent Z, for example, Luma Code. Hello. Maybe I missed it, but did you look into logging for Rust? Not yet, but I need to do that. Hello, Ootsby. Sure Shack, hello. Where's Sure Shacks? Oh, there we go. OK or string from ASDF allocates even if the OK variant never gets hit. That's why we use OK or else. Right? The OK or else, did I already close it? I closed it already, sorry. But if I click there, yeah, anyway, I lost the page, but yeah, OK or else takes a closure, which means that it won't even go into the closure unless it needs to. Whereas OK or you pre-compute, and so if you did a string for it, it would allocate memory, so. PMash2, hello, happy Friday. What's that emote? GlitchCon 2020? Oh, that's nifty. Oh, I also need to say hello to a few other people that I missed. Ereld, hello. And Glitchu, hello to you as well. Okay, said hello to everybody. Tracing instead of log crate might be better if you're using async. I've seen both, so that should be on my list. So reminder, study logging and tracing in Rust. I'm not too concerned about it right now because I just do printfs and it's fine for the level of stuff I'm doing so far. When I get more elaborate constructions, I'm going to probably want that tracing. I had my own stuff for tracing in C++ that I was fond of, so I'll need something like that. All right, so back to the implementation here. I think I wanted this. This was printing something when it connects, right? I added that here. I also wanted something on the server side to print something when it disconnects. So that would be here, I think. No. Here. Right. So when it gets closed, when an individual connection gets closed, right here, well, serve WebSocket really. Right here. So print line socket, WebSocket. Do we know which number it is? I don't, but I could pass the number to it, right? Yeah, we could tell it what number it is. So, that's a U size, right? So WebSocket number, WebSocket count was closed. All right, so then restart the server. So now when I connect, this one should say when we're connected. And when I hit Control C, this one says it was closed. See, it just works. Isn't that neat? All right, so then next, I want to have the ability when I am waiting there to actually get standard input, and then if we get it, if we get a whole line, we want to send it. So I don't know how to do that yet. So this is where it gets a little bit nervous for me because I have to actually search online or maybe lean on chat a little bit. But yeah, here we want to essentially loop forever because instead of waiting for nothing to happen, we're going to wait for a line. So I need like an asynchronous standard input. So for lack of a better guide, we will start with a Bing search. And I don't use Google because Google shows everyone my zip code, which is somewhat scary. So Bing instead. Rust async standard in. So it's part of async standard, I guess. We could use that. But async standard is a huge beast. Is there something lower level we can use? I mean, I guess since we're in an example, we could pull in async standard. Read line. I guess so. Or, unless someone knows a lower level library that'll do it. I guess that's what we'll do. So we'll pull in async standard. Depending on the runtime. Okay, so we're sort of have to pick a runtime. Then let's pick async standard. What version are we on? Go to the latest version, please. We're on 1.7. We like the latest versions of things, unless there's a problem with it. Okay, so now that we have async standard, I can do standard in. So let's use it. Use async standard IO standard in. All right. I like how it sorts it for me too. Isn't that so sweet? Okay. So all history is stream related only. Oh, maybe use another browser for a stream like Edge or Firefox. The problem is that I could have absolutely no history at all, and it uses geolocation to show me my own zip code. So it's the search engine. So that's why I'm using Edge. People have told me I should try DuckDuckGo instead. Maybe I'll try that sometime. When it comes to like things I'm used to using, it takes me a while to switch. Yeah. I could open like a incognito window and any kind of Google search, it'll still tell me my zip code. And like, I don't want that stuff showing on screen. It might as well show you like my bank account number. Not just kidding. It makes me nervous for like a search engine to say anything about me. As far as you know, all runtimes actually wrap the blocking IO in a dedicated thread pool, so you could do it yourself by spinning a thread. And yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what I've been doing up until now for everything that isn't provided to me through TCP stream, for example. But I don't really care. This is just an example. I want something really quick, so we're just going to do. I'll give you a point, Silmith. Thank you. We're just going to say standard in read line. I need a buffer? Really? Is there a version that like allocates the memory for me? I'm surprised there isn't. Why can't it allocate the string for me? Huh. Try to use small instead of async standard? I think it claims to be smaller. Well, that's in the name, I guess. That's true, though. I should give them a chance. I've played around with Tokyo. I like async standard because of their goal of making it have parity with the standard library, which I'm all into standard libraries, right? But I haven't given small a chance. I've had difficulties going from Google to DuckDuckGo, but when you set the default engine on it, you don't even need to notice anymore. I see. Yeah, I should just get over my hesitancy to change and just try it. I'm disappointed that they need a buffer. Oh, wait. They only need it. I see what they're doing. They're just using it to avoid returning a tuple. They could have returned a string and a size. Actually, why return the size? I don't get it. Why not just read line, have it return a result string? Oh, maybe because you're going to call this in a loop and then it's more efficient to reuse an existing string. That would make sense. So in the spirit of that, let's allocate a string outside the loop. So let line equals string new. The question is, does this blow away what was in the string before? I guess we can just see. Let's be naive and just experiment here. So I will await that, and then we will print out. You said this line. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, there needs to be a reference. So does that mean standard in has a value? Indeed, there is standard in. So I think I will include that too. use, actually, if we're going to use an object, then I don't need to include the type at all. Just include the lowercase one and say standard in dot, right? It's a function, okay. That probably implies I should do this. Standard in equals standard in. Can't, all right, mutable. Okay, and we don't need the return value. Why does it say we must use it? Oh, because it can error. Okay. Should I make this fallible then? I forgot the context in which we used it. Okay, we do have it within a fallible context, so I can say that, and I can have it be fallible. Result. Actually, why not we just do anyhow? Result nothing. And then question mark that bad boy. All right, there we go. You saw a cool diagram of the async libs. Well, standard library does the same. I'm sorry, Shaq. I've forgotten the context of that. One thing you hate about DuckDuckGo is that the maps are Apple maps. Oh, really? Ugh. Well, there's a diagram. There's the diagram you said was cool. That didn't work. Hold on, let me try again. Hit the correct key that time. Now paste will work. Oh, I saw this the other day. I didn't understand any of it because I'm not yet familiar with what a reactor is. I know what they mean by executor. I roughly know what a task is, and I know what a future is, and I know what blocking is, but I don't know enough about what a reactor is to understand this diagram. And I only know a little bit about what a task is. So I'm going to have to come back. I'll give you a point for that, but I need to come back to that diagram later after I learn what a reactor is. Let me give you a point. Let mute line. Yeah, you got it, LumaCode. The most upvoted comment says a lot about the diagram. I think I understand async runtimes less now that I've seen this. No offense. Yeah. Well, it's pointing out things that you might not understand, like reactor. I'm like, I don't know what a reactor is. You see the FS-related methods in standard library, it will also do similar thing. Like, first we need to create a buffer. I think what they should have done here, or maybe it's in the standard library, and that's why they don't repeat it here. My intuition says they're doing it this way because of this reason, that you might want to only allocate memory once, and then this will reuse the memory from the last loop to avoid excess memory allocations. They should say something like, the reason why you pass in a buffer rather than getting it out is to avoid excess, like unnecessary memory allocations if you were to call this in a loop. I would have preferred if they said something like that. All right, let's try it out, though. That's still running. Now we can run this, and I can say, well, I'm waiting for it to compile. Come on, compiler, don't be so slow. Connecting. Okay, hi. You said this, hi. And I noticed that there's a blank line, so they don't trim the line. So we'll need to do that. Bye. Okay, it didn't replace the string we had in there. So I suppose that means we need to clear the string out first. So then I would do line.clear. Then try again. Hi. Bye. Okay, fixed. All right, now let's trim it. So line.trim. Okay, we can just trim it when we do it here, since it gives us whatchamacallit, a slice. You could also use something else than a string, reading the line directly into standard out socket. Oh, really? Was I not looking at that closely enough? Well, read line goes into a string, though. How would you have it go to a socket if this goes to a string? Oh, yeah. If they design this to take a, a dynamic object that's a write, a dyn write, then you could write it out to a socket directly, right? Yeah, it should take a generic writer. Is it because this is an older API, maybe? Maybe this predates traits and stuff like that. It wouldn't be too hard to adapt, though, I suppose. Is you just put this side by side with a writer in the common feature. All right, so if you know the length of the expected line, pre-allocate it. I suppose, yeah, pre-allocate the memory. Oh, what's that? Yambali, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I hope you're having a fun time in the stream. And also, hello to Guritoro. In Python land, reactor is the event loop. Okay. So it's the runner of tasks, you're saying. I think that makes sense to me. Definitely it's not older than traits or even stable Rust. Async standard is relatively... Yeah, but async standard proclaims their API to have parity with standard library. So I bet if we looked for standard in the standard library, we would see the same API. Betcha. Yeah. So they're just trying to keep parity with that. So the standard in the standard library, I bet you that's really old. And maybe that predates traits. We all have fun. Great. Now you too can use my silly wave in other channels, spreading the greetings to all of Twitch. Could also use standard IO copy to write from standard into the socket. True. Okay. And hello, null pointer reference. We don't sorry, null pointer reference. We don't even have pointers to reference here because we're doing safe Rust today. I'm sorry. All right. So now that we don't, I didn't run that again to confirm. That should chop off the end of line. Hi, bye, this, that, the other thing. All right. All right, so then we don't need this. You said this, and we're instead just going to hand it off to the WebSocket. So the WS dot, this needs to be mutable for us to send things to it. Dot, no suggestions? Oh, it's in there. I'm just having a hard time seeing it. Text. The data is the line. Last fragment. I'm already starting to regret the fact that I made these extra enums. Last fragment is WebSocket last fragment to give its name more significance. Or more context, really. Yes. I think I might have gone too far. Maybe turn that back to a bool. And then this is synchronous, I think. Oh, but it's fallible. There we go. We can't clear line because it was... Oh, did I forget to borrow it here? Wait, what? Oh, it consumes it. Okay, so then it needs a clone of it. All right, let's try it out. Hello. Panicked. Oh, shoot. I can't call that. Right. That's a synchronous version. I need to do this other way instead. Yeah. So this was just a convenience wrapper. If you didn't want to do async, it would do it for you. So this is what I intended to do. Send a text message. The payload is the cloned line. Does that take... It's a string. Okay. Why did I do into? Should I have done string from for that? Anyway, clone it because we already have a string. That goes there. Even less reason for me to use a custom enum. A bool would be much cleaner there, wouldn't it? Okay, and then this one we have to await. No, we don't have to await that. Oh, no, we do have to await it. Await it and it's fallible, right? Yeah. Okay. And I don't think I'm going to have access to that because I need to pull in future sync extension. And I don't have sync message, so let's turn that into WebSocket sync message. sync message as that. Okay, now we're going to be sending it to the server. Have enums gone too far? I was experimenting. I'm like, in C++, I use generic types way too much, where I would have like 4 bools to a function. I'm like, which bool means what? Like, don't you hate it when you're looking at code and it's like something like get records, and then it's like 17, and you're like, okay, that's the record number, but then you see like true, false, false, true, and you're like, what the heck are these, right? Wouldn't it be much easier if it said something like get records 17, use TLS, yes, require auth, no, you know, something like that. Let's just limit it to 2 because I'm going to run out of ideas. Or some languages let you do it a sort of a middle of the approach where you have to record num, you have to annotate the parameter, which allows you to like put them in random order. So you could say like use TLS true, require auth false, and you could then, because you have to say the name of the argument, you can be more flexible and you can do that, right? So that's kind of a middle of the road approach. But this I'm used to in C and C++, and I hate it so much that when I'm doing it in Rust, I'm doing that on purpose so that I can see these words, so I remember what things are. With passing a structure, though, it's kind of like that. And so I could just say true here. But originally, my original API was more of this kind of API where it was text and then the payload and then this flag. And I'm like, I'm going to hate having just a Boolean there. I'm going to give it a name, right? You love the clipping note tells you for using async function but not waiting for it. Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen the way they do that? It's a special must use. They say features are meant to be waited on. Not using it will discard it. They use the must use attribute. It's pretty neat. Enum, you wait 1, 2, 3, 4. You forgot 0. Example of avoid Boolean-y type function. So I'm not using Boolean here because I thought Boolean would be too vague. But in this context, it's no longer vague, and so I probably can afford to go back to bool. But yeah, I was envisioning contexts like that in the API where if it was just true false, as a reader of the code, you'd be compelled to look up what get records is just to figure out what true and false meant. But if you're looking at this line, it's obvious. Oh, this means we're using TLS. This means we don't require auth, right? This is fairly obvious because, well, if I said get record, it'd be more obvious. This would mean like, oh yeah, it's either the record number 17 or it's an ID. So it means you sort of have a clue what that means, but you have no clue what true false means. I hate the idea of writing code that requires someone to go somewhere else to figure out what it means. I want it to be all in one spot. So this is all in one spot, right? As long as you remember that WS is shorthand for WebSocket, then it should be obvious to you that we are sending a text message through the sync, which in Rust parlance means it's being sent. And then this is a payload, and this is an indicator if it's the last fragment. You have to know WebSocket terminology, what a fragment is, what a last fragment means. This basically says that we are sending a message in a single fragment. If we were sending it in multiple fragments, you'd have everything but the last says no, and the last one says yes, right? So knowing the WebSocket jargon and knowing the Rust jargon, this is enough to tell you what we're doing, right? Whereas if the API was not constructing a structure in line, but was just passing arguments, you'd have no clue what the true meant or the false. You'd have to look it up, and I hate that. Yeah, if we always use structs, then we're essentially doing this. This is just a destructured structure when you think about it. This could be a structure with 3 things in it, and we're simply unfolding it into 3 arguments. It's the same thing, only different syntax. So I am using a structure. I don't need to use these enums anymore. I should probably go back and remove them. But right now, we're just going to keep it for now. I'm over-explaining. Remember, I get to over-explain once an hour. So we're going to send this. I forgot if I changed since I last ran it. So we're not going to be able to see the echo back yet, but we can at least see that it doesn't bail on us. Hello. Okay, it didn't drop the connection. That means that we didn't send something illegal. All right, so let's see if we can get the echo back. That involves looking at the stream at the same time we're processing the sync. So I suppose what we'll do is, while we're waiting for the next line, let's also try to get the next message out of the stream, which means I'm going to need to split this WebSocket. So let's do it right here. I always forget the order of it. Let's guess that it's sync and then stream. I don't remember. And so we don't get confused, let's put WebSocket in front. Split that bad boy. Split comes from another extension. And I'm going to leverage the pop-up if I can get it to appear again. Quick fix, import future stream extension. So, which way is it? It is sync and then stream. I got it on the first try. 50-50 chance, really. Comments can easily get stale and prone to human error. Yeah. I prefer to have the code be self-describing because the compiler makes sure that it doesn't cease to be it remains correct. If it's no longer correct, then we'll either get a compiler error or we'll get a test to fail, something like that. But if I had a comment saying this is sending a text and later we change it to be binary, the comment would still say sending a text and it would be completely wrong. Okay, so now we split it out, so that has to be WS sync, and I need to mark it as mutable. So now it should still work, but we split out the sync, and now we have the opportunity to do something with the source. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Let's do it here. This is where we're going to do the vast majority of our waiting, right? So let's do a futures select. One alternative would be the this one, right? So why don't I just pull it out? Can I do an early return inside of a select? I don't remember. But what we get out is a was a U size, right? Written. And then in that case, we're doing this stuff, right? Okay. That should still work. It didn't because I got something wrong. Oh, I need to fuse it. I need to take this whole thing and fuse it. So what I'm going to do is just pull that out. Let standard in reader equal async that fuse. And we have to do the error handling later. That's not quite right, is it? Oh, it doesn't read line. Isn't read line fallible? So why did it not this? Oh, do I need to do that and then fuse it? No. We do that when we do that later if it completes, right? So then it would be this dot await. Nope. I'll get it one of these days. I missed a lot of chat, didn't I? I'm bad at this today. Nothing is fixed in a comment. Yeah, comments are kind of like band-aids where you're saying like I couldn't write this code well enough to describe it, so let me put a comment. And I'm guilty of it too. I'm getting more and more of a fan of whenever I feel compelled to write a comment, that's a sign that I need to go back there and refactor it later. You're investigating such helpful comment in the that made no sense. Well, there's another place where comments are useful. It's documentation that is pulled into a manual. I think that that's okay because the check will be someone reading the manual and saying, well, your documentation's wrong. Yeah. You have too few comments? You should at least have comments describing your public API. So, for example, if something is public here, we should describe with doc comments the triple slashes. So that because these get pulled into our HTML documentation. Doc comments are a great idea. Yeah, especially when you can put code in them. Like, or list errors, right? Where's my code example? Yeah. Where you have actual code that does something. Even if you don't run it when you are compiling the documentation, it'll at least check the syntax of your code. Even better would be an example that actually serves as a test. Then you're solving 3 concerns at once. Documentation, testing, and... what was the third one? Off by 1 problem. But yeah, at least you're providing a test as well as giving documentation. All right, what did I get wrong here? Oh, it does the wait for us, right? Do I need to then handle it inside of here? Oh, wait a minute. Can't I, we have to wait to get the result out. But then I can't short circuit there. I have to short circuit out here, don't I? Yeah, so we would do something like let written equal written question mark. Because you might want an early out there. Now, what did I do wrong here? Can't be on. Oh, right. This when we do this kind of thing, we right. I'm gonna fuse at this level, and here I'm going to box this one. Now what? I moved the standard in reader. Indeed, I did. We have to make it inside the loop. All right, cool. So this does the equivalent work, and I should test it. But it does it in a different way. It sets it up for me to do a second thing while we're waiting for input, right? Let's test to make sure that still works now. Hello, bye, Control C still works, all that. So let me explain what we're doing here. I put the work of reading standard input into a pinned and boxed future. So if I hover over standard in reader, it's going to say pin box dynamic future whose output is a result. Positive result, it's a number of bytes read from standard input. Negative result, it's an error. The future is also can be sent across threads, and it has another type which when it says error like that, it's usually that the Rust analyzer couldn't figure out what that type is. But I think it's either going to be like sync or unpin or something else. Anyway, the gist of it is that we put this work into a future. That's what this async block is, and then we put it inside of a pinned box, meaning it can't move in memory. That allows us to use it within this select, because I believe all of the futures you give to select have to be locked in memory. They have to be pinned. And if you're going to put it in a variable first outside the selector, you're going to need to pin it yourself. This fuse is here because of how the select is implemented. It has to give a guarantee here that if the future completes, that select, there's logical paths within select that it might call it a second time. Fuse makes sure if you call a completed future that it just tells you that there's no output. Hey there, Frosty. Pyro Frosty, sorry. How are you doing? I'm explaining this obscure programming language, what I'm doing. So anyway, the short of it is, this is the work we're going to do to wait for input. This says we're going to do some work. Here's one kind of work we're doing, and then we're going to do something else here. But this kind of work is to do the work of reading the standard input. This says if it actually happens, if it's completed, we'll get back the number of bytes written, and possibly with an error. And here, this line says, if it's an error, return that error. Otherwise, actually, I don't even need to use written, so I can just do that, right? I read this from the middle outwards. Take the value written, which is possibly an error. Question mark says, if it's an error, return it. Assign it to underscore means toss away the result if it wasn't an error, because we don't care how many bytes we've read. Now that we've read the bytes, we're going to go to the WebSocket sync and send a text message through it. Our payload is the line that was read, We need to clone it because line gets reused on the next loop, right? And then the we're saying that we're writing as one fragment, and we wait for that to be sent before we complete this feature. Now, while we're doing all this, we're going to process the source. So that's WebSocket stream next, I think. Although we're going to need to pull in another trait, I think, for that to compile. It's not going to know what next means. Or is it next? I always forget this. I try to guess, but I forget. It's source extension. No, stream extension. I get source and stream confused. It is next, so I think I just need to pull that trait in. I am pulling it in, so I got this wrong then. Oh, maybe because it's not marked as mutable. Okay. Okay, so expected enum option webs. Okay, so that's what this is. Message. We'll just say message for now. Okay, so that message is, can I not hover over that? Oh, because it being inside of a macro, that's going to be a problem. So I think what I'm going to do for temporarily is copy this out so I can see what the type is. Right? Let that, and we'll comment this out for a second, just so I can see what that type is. So that type is fused result of calling a next future. So really what I care about is the next, right? Maybe not. I really want to know what it is. Okay, its output is an optional item. I know that the item is a WebSocket message. So that means this thing that comes out when we wait for it is going to be a WebSocket message. So if I do an await, it would be more clear, right? So it's an option stream message. So I can literally say that here. Let message option stream message, just to give myself some sanity. Hold on a second. My throat's dry. It's another day of being in a dry climate. It's late here. Please upload to YouTube. I will always upload to YouTube. I get kind of delayed though. Sometimes it takes me a week or two to upload it to YouTube, but it does get there. All right. Oh, I have a reflection of light behind me. Should I go fix that? Yeah, let me go fix that. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Be right back. All right, no more reflection. Okay. I can uncomment these lines. All right. This needs to end up giving me the same kind of thing, so we should say okay here, right? Why didn't that work? That line might be a problem. No? Is it because of that? It might be. Yeah, okay, so, why was that a problem then? Oh, because I haven't defined what stream message is. Yes, stream message as WebSocket stream message. Okay. So, put that there. Now we're good again. Hey there, GBON1. How are you today? Oh, I also didn't say hi to DataPie. Hello, DataPie. Sorry I didn't say hi 13 minutes ago. Okay, so now will this give me a type? So my type hinting is broken, I think, because we're inside of a select. Yeah, see how we get type hints outside but not inside? So one way I could work with this is I could put this match arm inside of another function. We could play with that function. Just so that I don't have to think too hard about this. So let's just make a function. Handle incoming message. And we know we're going to be given one of these, right? Message. And we'll just then just do this. Message. Easy peasy, right? Now I have types again. Hey there, Bitate. It's 6 a.m. in China. Good morning. Saturday morning, correct? Just watching streams while working? Sounds good to me. I do the same. Okay, so one thing I just noticed, when we split a WebSocket into different pieces, split doesn't require it to be mutable, so I don't have to make WebSocket mutable. Isn't that weird? What else do I... Okay, I don't need to do anything else. I'm just going to say, what do we do with the message? I think I just want to print it out. So we're going to say... oh, I should first handle the fact that it's option. If it's none, that indicates that this WebSocket's been closed. So I think the way I want to handle that is exiting out of this. So I don't want it to make an error though. Let's say, let's actually handle it here. If, let's just do a match. Match message. Some message. Handle it. None. Break. Right? Now this is no longer an option, it's the actual message. Did I not get that type correct? What's it going to tell me? Oh, this can error out? No, that's not right. What did I get wrong here? That doesn't return an error. Error originated in line 58. Give it a value of the expected type. Why did it expect a result anyhow? I don't know. But I do notice another thing. We're calling read line in 2 places. I know, we're doing WebSockets again. You're learning React, Material UI, Express, PostgreSQL, and building an app. And fixing your website, you can get rid of the awful template you downloaded. Wow, that sounds like fun. I'm into React. I haven't actually programmed it in a while, but my game's user interface right now is in React. Off the top, as for John, who it seems to be streaming tomorrow. Nice. What's he streaming? If you miss his stream, I mean, usually he puts it on YouTube anyway, and the format is really amenable to YouTube because it's a YouTube-like format where you can break it up into like parts and it's overall a big lesson. The only thing you would miss is that you wouldn't be able to participate in the Q&A he does. Okay, I'm confused why it thinks that I should turn this into a result. Okay, so whenever I see that kind of thing, I kind of want to do a clippy on it. Yeah, clippy that. Wait, what? That's why I did the dash dash. Okay, I'll just do it without any arguments then. Weird. Why does it want a result for that arm? I'm missing something. Howdy, Turn Forever. Crust of Rust about sorting algorithms. Oh, that's cool. The well-known implementations. I'm not so much into the algorithm stuff, but that sounds cool. Maybe the question mark in 53. That just does an early return, right? This does a break. I thought that break would just break out of the loop. Am I wrong about that? What if I just do nothing here? Okay, that is the problem. So, am I not allowed to break inside of a select, maybe? I wonder if it has to do with that macro. So what if I be a little bit more clever about this? What if I say let mute? Actually, I don't even need to be clever. Why don't I just say return? Oh, because of that, I can't. I want it to be semantically break out of the loop. So yeah, what if I just say let mute? I need a name for like a condition about that we like end of stream false. End of stream equals true. While not end of stream. And why did that not work? Again, it's expecting. It's like I'm missing something. It's expecting something there. Oh, at the end, yes. Because it can't. Oh, that's why the break was valid. At the end, we needed to say okay. It's okay. So I can make this back into a loop. Okay, that was confusing because I thought the thing that was causing the problem was the lack of okay at the end, right? Yeah. So the reason why it kept telling it was flagging the wrong line. What the error should have said. Let's review what the error did say. Right. It's flagging the break, but really it should have flagged like the end of the function saying you can reach here now and you're not returning a result, right? It's sort of not obvious at first glance that this break causes it to leave a loop, which now you're in a place where you need to generate a result. I guess another way of thinking it is the loop has to evaluate to be a result, right? So if that returned a result of okay, then I don't need that line at all, right? Weird. Oh, I need to do a, like, how do you do a break with a value? So you say break, okay? All right. There we go. I was just guessing that you can give a value to break. I didn't know if you could or not. How would I verify that I did that right? Like, is that in the Rust book? If I look up break, can you give a value to break? You know, the search in the Rust book isn't that great. Probably would. No. I'm going to do a better search engine. I'm going to close that tab, open another tab, go to Bing, and do Rust break statement. Didn't expect to go to W3 schools. Loops can break with a value. There we go. There we go. That's new to Rust 1.19, which I think was a while ago. So there we go. We're employing something that I'm not used to using at all. Break with a value gives the value for the overall loop, which is needed for the result. But only in a loop. You cannot break a value from, well, is that because while is a statement? You can't break from a while? Really? You can't say let result equal while true. Oh yeah, well, what if I say result now? Semicolon. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't let you do that. So why not, though? Why not allow a value for a break instead of a while to make a value for the whole while loop? It's because break and return are the only ways to get out of a loop. Are you suggesting that they don't allow you to give a value for a break in a while because it's bad form? Oh, right. Because if this was like while false, then where do we get the value from? That's right. If the only way we can break out of a loop is to have a break, then it makes sense that that's where we provide the values. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I see these mental exercises I have to go through to kind of justify it. It helps. Yeah, ensure that every break has a type, and that's why we get an error when we do that. The error should be more clear, I think. The error should say something about that we are in a loop, right? Because if I was in a while loop, that's not an error anymore. As long as we do this. See, no longer an error, right? And it had nothing to do with that line. The fact that I can make that change and turn that into a loop, and suddenly we have a problem with that line, is a problem to me. They ought to say, hint, if this is inside of a loop, break needs to have a value because the loop needs to return the type. And they should highlight that. And they don't, right? That's the other thing. They say they expected it, but they don't say why they expected it. They should say expected it because it's required because of that. All right, anyway, I've done enough ranting. Put the OK after the loop, the error will go away. Sure. That's what I had initially. But I like the idea of the, if we're going to break in multiple places, we might break with an error somewhere else, right? I might say something like this. If let, well, I could just take that value. I could say if written equals 0, break with an error. Or, you know, anyhow, I don't know, 0 bytes written. And then I can't do the OK anymore, but that would work. Without the, well, it will work with that. No? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Expected a unit type. No, found unit type. Oh, because of this. See, now, if I have multiple breaks, then the values are tied to where they should be, where, yeah, I kind of like that better than to do that. Because then I can't do that at all, even if I didn't need to. Which I don't. So even though that works, I think I prefer this way because the value is closer to the reason why we're leaving. I think that then I'm going to say it's a personal preference. I've beaten this to death though. When we get an incoming message, what are we going to do with it? We're going to match it. Message. The message could be a text message. In which case, I just want to print it out. Print line. They said message. Should we include this for fun? Binary message. Print line. They said something in binary. I almost thought of something political, but I'm not going to say it. They said something in binary. And then, on purpose, I'll just ignore it, because we don't get binary. Okay, we don't do binary here. What else? We should handle a close by sending back a close. Code reason. Oh, and I had a template for that, didn't I? In here? No. In here. Close. Yes. So if the code is 1005, we're supposed to do that. Otherwise that. What if I have it return? Because we have to use the sync to send back the close, right? I don't know. What if we send back a bool? And this is horrible. Then I don't care what's in the close. we just do true, false. Actually, what if I, since this is an oddball, we'll just say return true, and then here we'll return false. Or just false. And then everything else, we don't need to do anything. Okay, so the idea here is if we get a text message, we're going to print it out. If we get a binary, we're going to just say that for kicks. If it's a close, we're going to return a different value. And I'm maybe abusing Boolean here. What I want to do is, if we receive a close, we're supposed to send a close and then stop. So we will say, if that, then ws sync dot send. Oh, to share it between these two futures is going to be a problem, isn't it? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this. Can I do a let here? Let a close equal that, and then this would be false. And this would return that. Semicolon. That's going to be a Boolean now, right? Unused variable. What's its type? Unknown. If close, then we can send the close. And we'll just do a code 1000, which is goodbye. Reason string from thanks for all the fish. All right. You can print binary. I didn't feel like it. I don't know. Put the okay after loop, error will go away. Yeah. All right. So I don't quite like the use of this hidden Boolean, but I'm not motivated to do anything different. Basically, if we get a close, we're going to return a true value. Otherwise, we've handled every message with a false. So that when it comes out here, it'll go into close, so that if we say close, we want to send the close. And after we send the close, the server should disconnect us, which we would see as a none for here, and we would break out. So I think this ought to work now. Let's try it. Connect. Connecting. Hello. They said hello. Hi. They said hi. Oh, I don't have a way to generate a close. So they have to close on us. I want to have a way to send a close. Maybe we should send a close on Control-C. No, Control-C is my abort key. Unless I pushed it down somehow. If I did all of the WebSocket establishment first and then did this and then sent a close handshake, then it would work. That's okay. This doesn't need to be. This doesn't need to send closes first. I would like to be able to test that this close mechanism works. What if I hack something in there where if we send a special text, it would actually close on us? Actually, I can do that. I know how to do that really easily, actually. I can, inside of here, I can say if line equal by or exit or quit would be better, right? How about equal, no suggestions, because we're inside of this. It can't help me when we're inside of a macro, apparently. I want equal ignore ASCII case quit. I want that in here. Else that. Here, we'll just make a special, if you type quit, it'll actually send a close. K thanks bye. Being inside this macro is also hosing up the Rust formatter, I think. Anyway, say now it should send a close. Oh, one more thing. We send a close and then we wait for a close to come back, right? So when we receive a close, we shouldn't send another one. So I need to handle that somehow here. I think I know how. We can have a another variable. Let close sent false mutable. Then we would say here, close sent is true. If close and not close sent. Yeah. Correct. All right. Let's try it out. So now I should say hi. Hello. Quit. Okay, we should not have actually sent that. Oh, it's because I didn't trim it. What if we trim it first? Where do I trim the dang thing? Oh, I never do. Did I remove that code to call trim? I did. Okay, so we need to trim it. Where to do that? I guess I could do it here. Let line equal line trim. And then here I don't say line close, I would do string from line. There we go. Not exactly Uber Unix. Write this program on pen and paper. It'd be impossible for me to do that. Can you imagine having to write code like this on pen and paper? It's almost like it's impossible to write. Like that would be a super high, a super complicated, difficult challenge to achieve is to write working Rust code on pen and paper, because my constant back and forth with the compiler is a lot higher with Rust. Hello, quit. Oh, okay. Did they exit cleanly? This connection dropped. Was closed. We should print out when we receive and send closes. Well, actually, yeah, let's say something right here. Print line sending close. You know, I do the same thing here, right? What if I make that another function? Close WebSocket, or send WebSocket close. We will borrow mutably, I think. I can't remember. I'll figure it out. Anyhow, result has this code in it. Yeah, it has to be mutable. And that is not necessary. What's wrong here? Oh, sync, yes. So it's not a WebSocket then, it's a, what exactly type is that? It's a split sync. So I can make this generic on any sync, right? Except for it has to handle that. So, yeah, I think I do need to make it generic. Where T is dynamic. Is this how you do it? Sync. Can't remember off the top of my head what the syntax of this is. Sync. I have to look there for sync. Wait. Fields omitted. Oh, it's a struct. Then what type is it that's split? What does split give me? It's this one. I think I might have been looking at the wrong type there. Split sync implements what? Oh, okay, there it is. Sync of the item. Okay, so sync where the item is a WebSocket sync message. Yes. Okay, so I can't use dyn in that position. Trying to remember how to do this. There is no dyn there. Sync probably just needs to be pulled in, right? Import sync, yeah. We want this from futures. Which one is it? Which sync is that? Future sync sync. Of course, future sync sync. Which would be future sync, right? Okay, why did that not work? Oh, I need to do that, don't I? To let anyhow handle it? Yes, okay. So then, I'm actually, that's curious. Anyhow doesn't handle this for me. It says it's incompatible. Why does it say unit type now? Oh, because of that. Duh. Yeah, so it can't... A WebSockets error is not convertible to an anyhow error. That's interesting. I have to do that. Warp the WSync with an OK. Oh, wrap it. Oh, rather than putting the OK there. Let me think about that. So this is saying the optimistic case is it's going to return OK with whatever the sync returns, which happens to be that. You're saying that should work. No, it's still gonna... It can't... No, it's something different. Never mind. Oh, question mark. Okay, now let me think about this. What did I have before that was not? I had that. Oh, right, because yeah, we need it to be a result. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. And wrapping my brain around this stuff sometimes gets hard. 715-209. You get the point. Yeah, you still have to use the question mark to, that's how you employ the try trait to convert the error to anyhow. But the problem was I didn't wrap it with OK because it still needs to be a result, even if, when the optimistic case where it doesn't return early, we at least still have to have an OK somewhere, whether they're wrapped around the whole thing or afterwards. Okay, so now I'm going to use that. All of that so we can reuse code. Yeah, no help while we're inside of a macro. Right? Oops. I have to borrow it, don't I? Say what? Dog barking. Ah! Did I have the type wrong here? I do have the type wrong. This should be a T. Try... Oh, I need to await that first. I'm getting faster at least understanding the compiler errors. I think my brain is forming associations around when I see try not implemented for future, it's like, oh yeah, the try is associated with the question mark. The future is what I'm trying to use the question mark on, and you can't do a question mark on a future. What I meant to do was await for the future to complete and then take the output result and then do a try on it. All right, so yeah, that down here, right? We don't have our cute little message be different. How come this is a compiler error now? Cannot be unpinned? Oh, do I need to say like plus send? Plus sync or something like this? Sync. The other kind of sync. Oh, because it can't borrow that mutably inside here, right? So maybe just make it synchronous. And then inside have an async block. Can I do that? I don't know. Let's explore. What if I made it synchronous? And then I put this inside of... Actually, then what do I put it inside of? I can't do that. Yeah. Because we're already running... We're going to be already in an asynchronous context. Yeah. So I can't borrow it mutably in a future like that. Does that mean I need to pin and box my sync? I mean, I can do that. It's just going to look ugly. Yeah, I think this will work. Probably. Yeah. I'll be lazy and just not pull in the use yet. What's the problem here? Oh, a trait. Shoot. Pin here. Pin box T. Standard pin box T. Okay. What? Why does it say the error is not convertible now? Oh, can't be sent through threads. Dang it. Do I need to say plus send? Shoot, how do you do that? When did you implement healing pots? A while ago. Yeah, about a year ago. Does that make sense? Okay, I think I'm going down the dark side of Rust here by trying to basically pull this WSync into an asynchronous context manually. So I think I'm gonna have to back out of this, as much as it pains me to do so. I'll figure this out sometime later. I'll figure this out. Well, should I just keep it and mark that I need to figure this out? Yeah. To do. There are problems using this from use WebSocket. That I'll... Oh, now there's a glow behind me on the other side. Need to figure out to get this working. For now, this code is duplicated. Duplicated inside of... Can't type today. Use WebSocket. I think you want the bind T as sync type error send. You know what I'm going to do, Sarian? Because I just want to get through this, is I'm going to take your comment and put it there. When I revisit this, try... Okay, we'll try all your suggestions later. So thank you, Saru and Sarian. I want to revisit this later. We don't have to solve it right at this moment. Yeah, we'll get that later. That, the TS sync. Okay, I'll get that one too. All right. And let me go fix the light above my head. I'll be right back. All right. So now we're printing, sending. Ooh, excuse me. Sending close, right? This is the original thing I wanted to do, is print when we're sending close and also print when we receive it. Right here. Print line close recede. Connecting. Hello. Quit. Sending close, close recede. Okay, so we have the correct handshake. Cool. I think we're done then with this one, right? I can clean it up a little bit. What if before every line we print something? So when this future starts, the reader. Oh, I don't have parity here between these two futures, do I? Oh, no, I do. This is when the future completes. It does all this stuff. Yeah. Let me have another line here. So print line. No, just print without a line. Can I do that? What happens if you just print without a line? Will we actually see that on the line? Or do I need to, like, flush it? Yeah, I might need to flush standard out. How do you do that? The standard out, so that's async standard out? I don't know. IO, okay, IO. Standard out flush, that's what I was typing, but it doesn't like flush. Is it not part of async standard? What am I trying to say? I'm surprised that async standard out doesn't have flush. There is an implementation of write. Doesn't it have a flush in it? That's a poll flush. Oh, so I probably can call that. It's just missing the trait. Futures async write, yeah. And then I need to await that. All right. And what is this going to tell me? That there's a result? Okay. It can... Apparently the flush can fail. Okay. So if they type something while we're typing... I'd like to get rid of that caret. Writing to standard output can fail? But what does print do? Does it just panic if it... Oh, yeah. Look at that. Everything can fail. Everything can fail! Did you just recently learn Rust? Yeah, like 3 months ago. Papada still Papa, hello by the way. And Dota 2 Prodigy, hello. Forgot to say hi to Saru. Dr. Padawan, I also forgot to say hi to you as well. D6. There we go. Hi. Maybe I'm going down the wrong path doing this, wasting time. I think I am wasting time. Let's do this some other day. Let's just keep it simple. So this is doing what I want, right? This is connecting to a WebSocket server and letting me type whatever I want. So I can say hello, and it echoes it back. And then when we say quit, so I should probably say that. Print line. Say quit to close the WebSocket. Press Control-C to disconnect. Yeah. That's what I want to say. Joined a lot of channels to test your IRC parser and crashed after a while on standard out. How do you crash writing to standard out? Were you redirecting it to a file and there was ran out of disk space or something? I think I want to prefix these with asterisks. And I think I want to put an extra blank line after here. Just little touch-ups here and there. They said also. Yeah. So I can tell my input from all right. Almost done. I'm just old school. I want to see lots and lots of asterisks. Don't ask me why. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna check this in. Hola. I think we're gonna move on to talking to Twitch, because that'll be more interesting than me talking to an echo server, like bouncing off a wall, right? What did I change here? I don't remember making that change. Oh, right, because we wanted to print which WebSocket closed. Yeah, so this should be its own commit. Autobahn server display will print message on WebSocket close. All right, this one is the new example. Add WS talk example. All right. New example. Hydrate first. Can you fill up the OS buffer? I doubt that. I don't think I've ever gotten an error writing the standard out unless it was being piped to another program or redirected to a file, and then either the program you piped to broke its end of the pipe, or it redirected to a file and there was a problem writing to the file. Huh, weird. All right, let's talk to Twitch. New example. Lurker.rs. It's going to be similar to talk, so I'm just going to take the talk and paste it here. Only we don't get to specify the address. What we want to specify instead is the channel. And the default's going to be my channel, of course. And this structure stays the same. We're going to say connecting to Twitch chat. How do I want to phrase this? Connecting to Twitch chat and joining channel ops channel. Okay, we do the same motions here. So the URI is going to be fixed. So that's given to us by Twitch, actually. Here, we're going to do insecure because we're not going to give any credentials. And then it's easier that way. I don't need to run... Although I could run TLS because I enabled my HTTP client to do that automatically. So I can show both, actually. There's no reason why we couldn't. That shouldn't really make a difference. So we'll do WSS just because we can. Yeah, let's do it just because we can. We don't even need the 443, right? That's redundant. Parsing the Twitch chat URI. Okay. All this is still the same, right? Use WebSocket. So connect, well, here it's going to be a little different, right? Before we loop, we need to, might need to interact with Twitch a little bit. Actually, what if I just make the interaction manual for now? Connected to Twitch chat. Good luck. We can't say quit anymore, right? Because we might want to say quit in chat. We'll just abandon the clean exit handshake, and so I'll get rid of this part and do that. We don't need close sent anymore. If we reach here, we would always send the close. And just keeping that around. We still want this. Okay. Yeah, for now I'm going to have it manual, so we're actually not using the channel at all. But let's have it available should I choose to use it. So that would be inside of use WebSocket, right? There we go. There's the channel. So we would put it in here. Channel is a string. Not using it yet. Okay, let's see if we can talk raw chat with Twitch. Other window. Okay, so it's lurker. There goes nothing. Nick, Justin, fan 1234. Hey, look at that. Join Ryamu 8354. All right, we're in my channel. Let's say something. Oh, did I type that wrong? Do you have to say join hash? I forget the syntax. Does anybody remember? Because we're not seeing chat from my channel in here. We did see all... Oh, no, now it's working. There, now it's working. So there we go. That's all we have to do to lurk in Twitch chat. So I can go deeper into the Twitch stuff, which would be to parse these strings, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. This tool is useful in itself as a way to just to quickly jump in. I guess we could do the nick and the join, right? Let's do that. So that would be before we say we're connected. we would try to just send those messages directly, right? I would like to be able to reuse the sync. Actually, maybe we can, maybe since it's not in the future, no, I had trouble doing this close, right? From inside this future. I'll just, well, but this won't be inside a future. This might actually work. It's this format. Let's see if I can get this to work now. Send WebSocket text. Send a text message, and it's the message, which is a string. Well, technically it's a T where, well, this is a S and T. T is into string. Okay, and then this would go here. Message. Whoa. What's wrong with my keyboard right now? Message into. Okay. I don't have enough parentheses. Hold on, what? That's the item, right? Oh, payload. Oh, I got this wrong. That's payload. And then the other one was down here, like last message fragment. Yep. And then bracket. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can use it up here. Send. Oh, I have to do this. I have to split the WebSocket first. Send WebSocket. Borrow mutably the sync and send Nick Justin fan. Really, you're supposed to put in a random number here, right? So let's do that. I need rand, right? For that. Rand equal, what version is rand on? Oops. Rand. Oh, 0.7. Random 6 node. I'll look at my own code from the C++ to make sure. Here I put it. Oh no, I didn't put it there. I put it in my Twitch library. Justin, nope, not there. Justin fan. Oh, I just called rand. That returns a random number from like, yeah, random integer. I was really lazy there. Install cargo edit, so you could just do cargo add rand. That's a good suggestion. I saw someone else do that yesterday, and I had a brief thought to myself that, yeah, I should probably do that too. I don't remember if I used it before. I can, well, let's see. If I wanted to test that, I could, well, how would you do it with dev dependencies, though? Would it be like cargo add dash dash dev rand? Let's see. WebSockets, right? Cargo add help. There's no add. So I guess I haven't done it before. I don't want to get too distracted though. I'll do that later. See, it looks like I was just lazy and just appended some random number. I guess we can do the same thing. What, you know, it doesn't really matter too much, right? So random 6 numbers you think, but the thing is, I don't think it's actually documented anywhere for sure that I know of. Like I learned about this in someone's forum somewhere. So yeah, we'll just do this rand It's a little bit more complicated just to get any random number, right? What do they recommend in their documentation? Thread RNG? Okay. .gen. Let's say we want a random 16-bit integer. Can't say that. It's not in scope. Okay, bring it into scope. Cool. And it didn't like this because I provided too many arguments. This needs to be a format. And I can't do that because... Why is it... Oh, and right, I forgot about that. S. That was the problem I had up here, right? So I should, while I'm here, say that. I'm trying to get that to work. Okay, so this is a problem. Yeah, I'm right back to this pinning stuff. That I think it's because I'm inside of an async context and I have a reference, so I have to like pin that reference. And I'm just not good enough to yeah, I'll do this later. I'll figure this out later. Right now, I'll just put this in here. The payload is this. It's gonna look a little ugly. That's fine. Delete this. I'll figure that out sometime later. All right, and then the next message is join in all caps because we're not savages, and then hashtag channel name, right? Which means that this doesn't technically need to be a string, so let's just say it's a T. Because it's just a better habit to get into, right? To not require it to come in as a string, because we don't really need it. We just need something that we can reference as a string slice. So as ref, and that where goes after here. I sometimes get that backwards. Yeah, you do make it generic over some reference, something that can be referenced as a string slice, and then when you use it, you have to do as ref. So this should send those two. Am I supposed to wait first, though? I wonder if we send it too early. Oh, no, it waits for us to send that. Okay, I wonder if technically I'm supposed to wait for one of these messages first. So this is going to be really janky because it's not actually waiting for these messages. No caps. I'm in a habit of doing IRC commands in all caps. What has to be lowercase? The capabilities. Oh. Do you want to send caps? I could. Then we would see badges and stuff. But let me get this to work first. I just want it to auto join. Lurker. Oh, I need to... It's going to join my channel by default, right? Okay. I mean, it works. Hey, we're that lurker, 28174. Yeah, if you didn't know, you don't actually need to auth when you're a lurker. You just do a nick and it has to match this pattern and you're in. We're in, boys. Hello, JustinFan28174. Yeah, since we don't send caps, we're not enabling all the extra features we could get. So like, we're not going to see the badges and stuff. I guess I can see what does the old original lurker do. Twitch. Would I do it in Twitch or would I do it in lurker? I don't remember. What does lurker actually do? Some C++. Don't get your culture shock. Oh, right, because I used a Twitch server that interpreted stuff for us. So yeah, it doesn't actually do it itself. It leverages the library. So I need to look at the library. Okay, let's look for the caps stuff. Request caps. Yeah, we do this cap request, Twitch commands, membership tags, and then, yeah, I have it go into a state machine, right? Yeah, and we could get a timeout while we're waiting for it. Right. If we get a cap while we're waiting for caps, we could be act or nacked. I don't think I'm going to go into this detail now because it requires a little bit more back and forth to do it right. Yeah, if we get a cap message and we're in the request cap state, then we look to see if we got an ack or a knack, and we do a cap end. And then that's the point where we log in. And then, yeah, this thing we're not also doing, we're awaiting the message of the day before we let it do anything else. Send to NSA. You don't really have to set a cap end? I thought you did. I thought I got that from their documentation. They say that, where do they say this? Capabilities. That you first requested and acts it back. And they say it's based off of tags capability. No, that's not what they say. Where am I looking at? They reference the spec, right? At some point? Okay, they say it generally follows. This is the base IRC spec, RC 1459. But at some point they mention the extensions. Where do they say that? Would that be in here? No. Their documentation isn't really the best. Maybe it's in one of these. Da 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 da. Guide? No, that's what we were just looking at, right? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I know that they documented this somewhere. Where was it? I'm not going to rest until I find it now. You know, it might be that I have it in my notes when I did this originally. TMI. Okay. Okay, so at some point they say IRC v3 capability negotiation. And so I looked up the spec for that. I really want to see the reference from Twitch, though. So they never mention IRC v3 there. Not there either. You would think that it would be on one of these. Oh, here it is. So they reference the IRC v3 message tag specification, right? So that takes us to here, which, so I don't blind you all, we'll turn on Dark Reader for this one and do that. At some point, they say they're enabled via capability negotiation. Yeah, I was led inevitably to where they told me to do this. Where? Okay, maybe not here. It's these links, right? We're in extensions, but one of these links will link back to the core specification. Okay, let's just assume that at some point I got led back to that. Kind of annoyed that I can't find it, but that's okay. So in here, they talked about that you're supposed to do a cap end after the server acks you or nacks you. Let's see if they say should or must or whatever. Because I'm kind of into protocols, right? So I kind of want to know, do we not need to do the end? The end subcommand signals to the server the capability negotiation is complete and requests that the server continue with client registration. If the client is already registered, this command must be ignored by the server. So I think the problem is with Twitch, we do the capability negotiation before we do client registration, which is the nickname, right? So I believe that's why we're supposed to do the cap end, and if they don't require it on Twitch, then I think they're being overly permissive, or they're being more permissive than they need to be. I think the strict definition is you're supposed to do a cap end. Let's see if they mention it anywhere else. End. Well, they don't say must here, but they say once it's been completed with a client sent cap end, registration continues as normal. They say they try to follow it. So maybe they're lax and they don't need it, but I was trying to stay strict to the protocol. Yeah, see here in their example, they start with the nickname. With Twitch, all the examples I've seen, they do the cap negotiation first, and then they do the registration second. But even here, they do an end. And if they don't support capability negotiation, that just gets ignored. And if the client doesn't support it, it's even simpler. Yeah, anyway, sorry about that digression. I don't think I'm going to do caps because it's too complicated. I think I'm done for now with the Twitch lurker. Is it still running? Yeah, so I have some extra new lines. So Twitch must be including an extra new line. Oh, look at that. We're getting a ping. Hopefully we're sending back a pong. But I'm not printing when we do. I'd have to look at the wire protocol to see if we were. Pretty sure we are. Otherwise, wouldn't Twitch disconnect from us if we didn't send the pong? They must, right? So maybe to make this cleaner, I will do a trim on the receiver. Where was that receiver again? Here. What? I'm lost. Help. Oh, it was up here, right? Message.trim. Easy peasy. Twitch sends 2 pings before they disconnect you. Okay. How long did I let it run? They did send 2 pings, and they didn't disconnect after the second ping, so I think we're good. I guess I could just let it run. No one's saying anything to test. Here, I'll say something. Test. There we go. 5 min test per. So now it's a little bit nicer. Especially because LumaCode's name is exactly the same number of characters as mine. Our messages line up. Look at that. And there's 71529 doing a ping. All right, this is minimally useful and a good example. So let's check it in. Get cola. Let's move on to Raft, shall we? So add example lurker, which lurks in Twitch chat. Get GC, get push. Try to just leave that running. See if I ever get disconnected. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my implementation does what it's supposed to. It should... Oh, wait, no. It's not. I'm not done yet. They're sending a ping as a text. They don't leverage the ping message type, do they? That's an actual text message that says ping. We're supposed to manually send back a pong, right? You're slapping around my lurker? What you doing that for? My lurker's a good lurker. Not a WebSocket ping. Do they actually say that, by the way? They probably do, right? When they talk about in the guide connecting. Yeah, once every 5 minutes they'll send you a ping to ensure that it's not prematurely reply with a pong. So they don't say, I was hoping they would say something like, this is different from a WebSocket ping. All right, well, we can do this, right? I can look at the format of it. So it's literally that string that we want to look at, right? You know what I can do? I can kill two birds with one stone. I can fix my silly little Boolean and handle pongs at the same time. I can say enum message type received chat, and other one is ping, and the other one is close. Right, and then I change this to a message type received, and then this becomes message type received ping, or close. And then I can even do better than this, right? I can say unknown. It's too bad that it doesn't sort this for me. There. So I can get rid of all these returns now. I don't... let's get rid of that. We don't expect that. We can just say now here unknown. Right? And then get rid of the semicolon, and then this is chat if... Let's just say let message equal message.trim first. If... Let's say chat. This isn't going to catch all chat. And, well, this is going to catch more than chat. This is also going to catch other messages like joins and stuff, but that's okay. Move the if out here. If message equals exactly that. Ping. What am I doing? I can just paste from here now. Let's say print line. Twitch pinged us. How could they? Message type, receipt, ping. All right, so then down here, this becomes a let, well, why don't I just do a match here? Oh, wait. I should actually do it in... Oh, there's a reason why I didn't do it inside, because this doesn't have access to the sync without me using a ref cell, which I was loath to do. So yeah, I'm going to have to manufacture something to print there. What to do? So this, and anyway, this becomes a message type received close, right? Does this. what to put here, though. Message type received none. Just say none. None. All right. This is just going to complain that all the patterns aren't covered. Yeah, that's fine. So let's cover them. The only ones I really care about here are close and ping, right? All other ones we don't care about. I'm going to do that. Okay, so a ping, well, we're going to say sending pong. Or replying to ping. Well, I don't want to get confused between WebSocket pong. Sending pong text message. Send text. Payload is string from whatever they told us we're supposed to send. They told us, right? They said exactly, reply with that. That's what I'm going to do. And send it as a signal fragment. There we go. Did it. I don't have a result for any of these. It's just going to loop, right? We don't want it to exit. And we don't want it to exit here either. That's why there's a semicolon. Yeah, none of these exit. All of these are just what to do before we loop back up again. Yeah, I'm banking on the fact that they literally say what to reply with. Otherwise, I would probably want to, like the generic thing would probably be if just to take the string they gave us in the ping, but then that'd be more complicated because I'd have to encode it. I mean, I guess I could do that. I could encode it here, right? Content as a string, and then I would put it in place of the string for the pong. But yeah, that's okay. I'm going to leverage the fact that their documentation is always correct, and they say exactly literally what to search for, and then what to respond with. So if they say anything other than exactly this, then we will not pong, and our pong will be exactly this. Let's try it. Of course, now I gotta wait for a ping to happen. Oh yeah, look, there's multi-lines too. We're not handling the multi-lines, so that's an interesting thing. So they don't break up each line into a separate text. They're sending us multi-lines. So it might be better for us to do a split on new line then. Ping takes a year to receive. I'll just let it run while I'm checking in. No big deal. We'll start working on Raft. We'll come back to that and make sure we're actually pinging. It's just going to lurk, right? Okay, so this actually does two things at once. It cleans up. So clean up the return value of... What was that function named again? Handle incoming message. Clicked on the wrong thing there. And then detect Twitch's ping messages and auto reply with pong. Okay, so this is lurker improvements. Commit. Push. On the line protocol, yeah, it's CRLF, but it looks... Actually, hold on. You might be right. I might be required to send a carriage return line feed here, right? Do they say that? Or they leave it up to IRC? We might have to actually put that in the text message because that's not inherent in WebSocket, is it? You do a constant message raw split. Yes. Do I need to do That, it wouldn't hurt, right? What's the worst that could happen? They would think of it as 2 lines instead of 1. I want to see us get timed out by not sending the right pong, though. I'm assuming that they would time us out by not sending the correct pong. But I don't want to wait forever. I want to move on. I want to see, do I have any Rust? I do have any. I do have Rust dependency changes in the workspace. So this is going to be update Rust dependencies. Oh, looks like we picked up a new version of async standard. And crossbeam. Huh. I should do a search to make sure we're consistent in that async standard. In cargo.toml. Oh, indeed I'm not. Look at that. Let's be consistent. Let's roll back to 1.6 then. I want to have them all marching at the same version. Okay, why didn't that not update? That should have updated. Do I need to actually stop? I might have to stop this and rebuild. Let's just do a cargo build. The cargo build would update my dependencies, I hope, right? Why is it, let me unstage that. Why is that, not moving back to 1.6? Do I need to, like, reload or something? Oh, I was still running that too. Maybe that's why I didn't update it. Let's reload. Let's stop everything. And reload. Finally feels good to be able to think with us on something we all kind of know. Yeah. 1.6 is Semver compatible. Yeah, but I don't like the idea of using different versions within the same workspace. Like, it just feels gross. I want to at least be consistent on the version that we're using. Oh, are you saying that it's going to use 1.7 because it's compatible with 1.6? Oh, okay. Thank you, Sarian. So that means everything here is using 1.7 because it's compatible. Okay. Then I don't... Well, then I guess I'm just going to end up... I'm going to end up... What happens if I abandon the lock, then? I didn't mean to run that. I clicked the wrong thing there. Okay, what happens... Oh, it's already running. What happens if I abandon this and then tell it to build again? Would it update it again? Let's see what it does. Revert that. And then do a cargo build. Or cargo check. Yeah, okay, so it reverted back. Okay, so this is the only dependencies we got updated then. Yep. Commit that. So when I do a cargo update, then it would pull up to the latest, right? Yeah. Okay, so then run this again. We want to run that for a while. Okay, twisty passages all alike. There's a little bit of trivia for you. Every time you connect to Twitch, this is sent to your computer, and you never see it unless you're looking at the raw pipe. They also say this server is rather new, even though it's not rather new. Random trivia. Okay, let's move on to Raft. Oh, wait. I have some warnings. Must fix warnings. Lurkers got warnings too? Must fix them. Okay, now we're warning free. Yeah, we're gonna try to do some Raft. I don't know how much I'll get done though. WebSockets, Cola. This is fix warnings about unused imports. Oh, did I do that? I did do that. So that these get staged first then. This is roll back to async standard v1.6 for now. This is to remain consistent with the other projects in my workspace. All right. Probably don't need to garbage collect anymore. What's Git Cola? It is an alternate Git user interface that Endoran, one of my mods, told me about. This one's the highly caffeinated Git GUI. We're using it because it has a themes on Windows. I learned that the themes menu doesn't exist on Linux, so it's not 100% cool. It's only like 33% cool. On Windows, it has themes, so you can pick dark mode, which Git GUI doesn't have. Yeah. All right, let's do Raft. So I already have a Raft project. It's just not enabled as a Raft workspace. Now it is. So what do we need minimally? Let's steal from WebSockets. Let's take the cargo toml. Let's take the Rust format toml and copy them over to Raft. Not Rover, Raft. Okay, and then maybe, because I never do this unless I do it right up front, I'm going to update the README to have the shields in there and to mention, so if I ever publish this, it'll work as a Rust crate. So here, paste there, change WebSockets. This is just a placeholder name for now, Raft. There already is a Raft crate, it's not mine. So that's really just a placeholder for now. And I'm going to say the, so we're going to change class to type. So this is language agnostic. We want to say that it's multi-language. Remove that. And I'm going to take this paragraph verbatim and paste it there. Okay, some of this is not wrapped. Okay. I want to double check that those are my C++ dependencies. Nope. I haven't kept that up to date either. So what are we missing? We're missing JSON, async data, and timekeeping. So I'm going to look for async data in cmake list.txt. Don't worry, we'll get back to the Rust in a little bit. Really? Okay. JSON. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Sorry. I don't know why I thought the other one. Okay, so I just want to mention all of my dependencies because it's the right thing to do. And then the other one was I'm able to copy this from other places. Oh, that's not the name of it, right? I'm able to copy it from other places because I have a lot of common dependencies in my workspace. So I don't ever mention that in a README. I'll have to add that then. Okay, so that one we need Scratch. So let's do it here. Async data. It's going to follow the same format here, only it's async data. And this is a library. Actually, async data probably describes itself in its own README. Yes. Contains classes. Well, let's abbreviate. A library containing, well, a library implementing lock-free data structures useful for concurrent processing. It's similar to async, like multi-producer, single consumer, only it's my C++ version. All right, what was the other dependency? Timekeeping. All right. Sorry, this is just a little bit of housekeeping I need to get out of the way. all this is standard. Okay. And this looks okay side by side, right? Preview to the side. Yeah, the shields are wrong, but that's okay. Okay, I'm happy with that. So moving on. Source, we're going to have a lib.rs, right? And minimally, we want to config test, mod tests, use super, everything, end. Right? And then tester and development, I'm going to start from the tests and work myself towards an implementation. Sublime merge seems pretty nice, but it costs a fair bit, and you're cheap. Yeah, I'm cheap also. Pun intended. Cheap git. Never learn CMake make. It's my solution. Well, it's a solution I've picked for cross-platform C++. So, oh, that's interesting. I just lost a whole bunch of frames. Things like what compiler tools you want. When I'm developing code on Windows, I want to be able to build it seamlessly on Linux. I leverage the fact that with CMake, you can just say, hey, pick some kind of C++ compiler. And here are my header files, here are my source files. Make a library with them. You see there's nothing here really that's specific to Windows or Linux. So this is very cross-platform, and that's what CMake lets you do. CMake itself takes care of figuring out what tool chains to use. Are you using Microsoft compiler, or are you using GCC or Clang or something else? It takes care of those details so you don't have to in your build specification. So in Rust, we don't need that at all because it's all built into Rust. But head off to sleep so that you're on one to... Oh, hey there, Toggle Bit. Have a good sleep. Yeah, we're about to implement Raft for the second time. It's a consensus algorithm. And I've started with what you should always start with test-driven development, an empty test suite. And we're going to fill in tests. But yeah, hopefully when you wake up, I'll be joining your stream. Let's give a shout out to Togglebit. Togglebit's an awesome streamer who's also streaming Rust. And I end up in Togglebit's channel when I'm done a lot of the time. And usually it's late at night for me and early morning for him. So yeah, glad to have you stop by. Okay. I'm not starting from empty though. I have tests for my C++ implementation. We're basically going to be porting this from C++ to Rust. And I'm dropping a bunch of other frames. Yeah, see you, Togglebit. Cheers. Let's start from the top of the test suite here. Encode single configuration command. Okay, my internet's taking a dive right now. I hope it gets better. Oh, what's this? LumaCode gifted a sub to Togglebit? Thank you, LumaCode. Now Togglebit, you too can use these awesome emotes. Because they're universal for all developers. You can mark when things pass and when they fail. Those aren't even mine. I adopted them from another streamer. Okay. Plop. There goes the test. So, mark that it's a test. These tests come from an environment where I was using Google tests. That's why you see this is actually a macro that expands to a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Essentially, it's the C++ with the help of Google test gives you roughly what you get built in with Rust. It's just that we need to use snake case lower for the names to make Rust happy. So we're going to have a type called a single configuration command. That's going to be something we can make. So Raft. Do I stick with that or do I pull it in there? I think we just pull it in, right? So then that's just new of that. Okay, and so a single configuration command lets us change certain things. So, snake case. Assuming that we can do that. These all turn into dots as long as we make our command mutable. And then these are probably going to be vectors, right? So let's just declare them as so. Okay, and then what are we going to do with this entry? Yeah, the entry goes into a login. So the command becomes part of a log entry that you can inspect. I forget how this works. Did I have it so that it's just convertible? An entry is comparable to a JSON object? I think that's what I did. Let me look at this type. Yeah, so it's convertible to a JSON value. So that means in Rust parlance, that would be that you can do a into, right? So we're probably going to want to pick up surd JSON for this. Where's my cargo toml? Oh, I didn't clean this out. This still has copied from WebSockets, isn't it? So this is going to be Raft. And implementation of the Raft consensus. That doesn't look right. Consensus? Let me do the command. You can see what it is. Consensus algorithm, yes. All right, and then it's not web programming exactly, is it? I don't know what categories we're going to have yet. Keywords Raft is the only one I can think of. This is going to go in there. We are going to ignore the C++ junk. Okay, I don't know. What do we need minimally? Pretty sure we're going to want futures. I don't think we use rand. Oh, no, we do use... We're going to use random to compute timeouts. We don't need SHA-1. We don't need that. We will want this error. I have no idea what we want for dev dependencies, though. Probably don't want any of this stuff, right? Oh, did I have rand in 2 spots before? That's a bug. We don't need to specify rand twice, do we? Fixed. All right. We'll only need struct up if we have an example program. I'll just wait until we have an example program to... Okay, so that's minimal. We probably want futures rand in this error at least, right? So, back to here. Let's envision that the way a more Rust-friendly way of doing that would be to say, let entry equal, actually, why am I even packaging it up into a log entry to begin with? Why don't I just look at the command? Yeah, why am I doing all this junk? It doesn't make sense. I should just eliminate that step. So the act would be like assert. Oh, that reminds me, I was going to pull in surd. All right, let's pull in surd. Libs, specifically surd JSON. And I'm not just picking this now, I'm trying to port the existing stuff, which is heavily JSON based. And in the future, I'll probably remove this stuff. So we want version 1.0. QRS surd JSON, right? Underscore. Sometimes it's underscore, sometimes it's dash. I never get it right. And it's like it's time to go with the old cargo install, cargo edit. Surda? I don't know. For an American, that reads to me as surd. Are your messages JSON? Yes. Most of them are. But that's going to change eventually. It's just right now, all the unit tests leverage the fact that they are convertible to JSON. It also makes it a lot easier to tell if there's a bug, because you'd have some structural difference in the JSON. Surdy? I don't know, that doesn't look like surdy to me. It looks like surd. I'll try though. You want me to say surdy? I'll say surdy. Surdy JSON. Surday? Okay, now we have a problem. Some people want Sir D, the other people want Sir Day. Sir Day for you too. Okay, so we have 2-to-1 Sir Day. Unless Peyton rules meant day with DE. Sir Day? Okay, let's say Sir Day. Sorry to all the people who say it as Sir D. But I gotta go, I guess, majority rules today. Alright, so then I need to refresh my memory with how we use the thing. Constructing, here's what we want. We want, so they give us, if we use that, we get a macro. Sounds good to me. We get a macro JSON. Actually, it looks almost exactly the same, only we don't need these extra braces that C++ required. Right? Okay, and then JSON object is just another nested call to JSON, right? And again, these brackets are unnecessary, and so are these. And then this one is again a JSON. And here again. And then these brackets go away. And then JSON array is another JSON, right? Does it matter? Oh no, for arrays, we don't use the macro at all. We simply make it array. Okay. And get rid of that. And that parses, right? And then, so I'm going to imagine that command has a way to serialize as JSON. So, to JSON. All right. Rust Raft, but hey there, that noob. Raft is going to be slow to do. We have to build it up from the elementary pieces, right? So this particular kind of command in Rust is what we use to change the cluster configuration. This is basically saying that server 5 is being removed from the cluster, right? That the old configuration has 5 servers in it and the new one only has 4. So this is one kind of message that would be, or one kind of log entry that would be distributed across the cluster. So yeah, I decided I was going to strip away the log entry front of it, right? So that means that we reduce this to something a little bit simpler, like that. You don't think I need the nested ones for structure? You might be right. So how would I do an embedded object? Just without the macro invocation at all? Just like that? Because that would be nice. Now it's almost exactly like JSON. Alright, thank you, Sarian. Surday, okay. Alright, so let's get this to work. So I need to have a type called single configuration command. I think I will want to structure this a little bit differently though. I think we're gonna have a lot of these messages, right? Yeah, I'm really surprised that this test... Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong place. I was looking at log entry tests. Dang it. So maybe this was intentionally to show the... Oh, okay. The name of the test threw me off. This should be in code log entry containing single configuration, or just in code. Well, then why do I have so many tests for that? That seems redundant. Yeah, I'm looking at code I wrote 2 years ago. I'm like, why did I write it that way? This just serializes and then deserializes it. And this is looking at a specific deserialization And this is, okay, so there's one for every kind of message. Okay, so I need to change what I was doing then. This needs to go with log entry, so I do need that original code. Way at the top here. I do want these lines. They go there. I guess we're going to do let entry equal Sorry, I'm a little distracted by things happening in the house. Do you use auto export from Twitch to YouTube? Yeah, I do. The auto export is really handy. That means I don't have to upload them again, because I have like 2 to 4 gigabytes per stream, and that takes about an hour to upload. So if typical 2-week period, I have like 7 or 8 streams I have to upload, that would be like 8 hours of uploading. I don't want to do that. Auto export feature is really handy. But I always wait at least 48 hours. So I usually just do it on the weekend, because there's a term in the affiliate contract that says we're not allowed to make our content available to anyone outside of Twitch until 24 hours has elapsed. They are, I think they are automatically public, but there's maybe a switch you can change when you're doing the export to make it unlisted or private. Yeah, I remember there being like an option during the export. You can pick a few things like extra tags to attach to it, and then whether it's public or not. Yeah, well, you can try it out. You just don't hit the final submit thing until you're comfortable with it. I think before then you'll see whether or not it'll make it public or not. Yeah, I think you can make them unlisted or private. Yeah. How do I want to handle this? Does it really matter? I can just put something here for now. From? No. I guess I'll just do a new, and no, I'll just do it like this. Term 9 command like that. Okay, but I need to bring back this other structure, and this has to be here. That's interesting. That goes like that. Okay. All right, so then these go away. Hold on. These go away. This just becomes an object. All right. And so this becomes entry to JSON. Yeah. Makes me think I should just do away with the new here too. And then this doesn't need to be mutable. Why do I have... Okay, I need to look at this in C++ because I don't remember why I have this much depth to it. If that's a set, I don't need that, do I? That can just be a set. Why do I have cluster configuration I must have had this idea that there was going to be more than just a set of instance IDs. So I know that I don't need that anymore, right? So I can just get rid of instance IDs. And then I can get rid of this. And simply, not simply if I can't use my keyboard correctly, simply do that. All right, I'm happy with that. Okay, so then this actually needs to move then, because I'm going to want to at least make one module, if not more. Thing is, does it make sense to have a different module for every message? In C++, I ended up lumping them all in the same place, right? Yeah, I ended up making a union there. Well, that's something different, right? Oh yeah, with the object-oriented crap. Okay, so some aspects of this will need to be turned into a trait then. But it's really... The test of these, you could look at the maplet crate for a macro to create sets. Okay. Oh, yeah, but you're right. It's not a vector, it's going to be a set. Probably just use hash set for now. Thank you for giving me more homework, Sarian. I like homework. I like to try to tell my kids, I like homework. They should like homework too. So where is this defined? Log entry. Okay, yeah, see how I have them in all lumped into the same place? I don't like that. This ought to be a trait. And okay, I only have 2. So they could be small Rust files, right? Or, actually, I can put them in the same Rust file until I decide to separate. Yeah, these are going to be small anyway. Okay, so then that's convinced me. I want to have a log, not a log entry. Where is command declared? Is it in its own header file? Why did I do that? Let's just put it all in one thing called log entry. Yeah, okay, so then I want a new file, log entry.rs. So I'm going to move everything from librs there. And then at this point, I just need to say mod log entry. All right, perfect. Different log entry messages there's only 2 built-in commands in Rust, and it's the ones that are used to change my Rust implementation. Those are the ones that are used to change between one configuration and the next. And there's the simple version and the complex version. The simple version, you just send one command, and the joint. What was the difference between the two? Actually, they don't look much different. I think it was the joint implies that you are transitioning from one set to another, and the single means you are completing the transition. That's why I have configuration in old, and with joint, it's new and old. These are bad names, though. I wonder if I should just take this opportunity to fix the names. I can't think of what else to name them, so maybe I'll just rename them later and just not worry about it now. Okay. Single configuration commands is struct. It has within it, yeah, so these vectors need to be hash set new. Is that how we do it? And that's into. Or actually, I'm not sure how to do this. I do want them to be hash sets, though, of usize. So use standard collections hash set. Configuration, also a hash set. This can't work, can it? Link failed. What? Incompatible PDB format? Cannot compile Ryu? What? It couldn't compile Surde. That's weird. Cargo check. Cargo check is failing. Incompatible PDB. Delete and rebuild. Whoa. I don't think I've ever gotten that before. Should I just blow away the target folder? It was nothing. How long do I wait? Oh, wait a minute. I can't do that while Lurker's running. Goodbye, Lurker. By the way, let's look at its last things. It did send pings and pongs. Okay. Okay, cool. So, cargo check again. Any no Blender API? I don't know the Blender API. Sorry. Need Python code to make a script, import, export, binary file, skeleton file. You have error exporting the code. Have you tried looking it up on Google or Stack Overflow? That's what I end up doing. Take the error code you got, just put it into a Google search. But maybe you've already done that, in which case, how far did you get? Yes, but it didn't help me. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. I'm sorry, I don't know much about Blender's API. I've used Blender, but I haven't used their API. But maybe someone else in chat. Anybody in chat know how to work with the Blender API? You can try posting in the Discord. Maybe post what error you actually got. Yeah, sorry. Or if maybe you just post the error in chat, maybe someone has seen the error before and has an idea. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what that weird error was, but now we're building, right? I wonder if it had to do with me messing with the cargo lock. That might have been it, right? I'm probably messing with the cargo lock. I screwed something up. Okay, we got build errors. Oh, I never defined a log entry type. Okay, struct log entry term usize command. Okay, I need to introduce the trait then. Command. So it could be any command. So I want to do box_dyn command, don't I? Or alternatively, no, I want these to go into a vector later. So this needs to be dynamic. Pretty sure. Okay, so then I need to define the trait. Command. Trait. No, sorry. I just need to impl command for single command up there. Okay. So that means I need to box it, right? Box new command. All right. So then I don't have a to_JSON, so let's put that in. Impl log entry. Function to_JSON, borrow self, and we're going to get out a surday JSON. A surday JSON value? Value. As JSON value. Because I want there to be some context to that. All right. Does it have a to_value function? You mean, well, yeah, I don't want to go down the path of annotating this structurally. I'd rather keep to what I was doing before, where I construct it manually. I know you guys hate that, but my only defense is that the JSON format's temporary anyway. I really don't want to do the derive macros with surday. I'd rather just do it by hand. Sorry. Good way to learn it though. Last time I did that, I got really frustrated because what I was trying to do wasn't working. Should I give it a second chance? It's just I'll have to figure out a lot of things, right? I'll have to figure out how to add the type. The type comes from downcasting this command, right? Actually, I don't even... Okay, this I might have to rethink because... oh no, I can just I can require a get type, just like I do in C++. Go the fun way to fully implement the serialized trait. These are all nice things for me to try when I feel like it. Let me give you some points, because these are all valid things to do. But I just don't want to do it. I'm trying to keep the stream from getting too stressful for me. And that just sounds really stressful right now. I don't know why. I can implement this now and come back and do it the structural derived way later, right? So it's not too terrible. The interface won't change. It's just my implementation of to.json would change. And you're saying that it could just be a to value, right? So this might become a to value or something like that. Yeah, okay, so to do. Still need to get some of this working. Why is it not like the comma there? Oh, are these colons in JSON? Oh, they are. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It really is proper JSON. Oh, yep, here and here. Yep. I could have replaced all commas with colons, couldn't I? Okay, now, how to construct hash maps from vectors, or hash sets from vectors. Can you construct it from an iterator? So can I say that into iter? One can only hope. I suppose it should just read the manual, right? Hash set. What do you implement? They do have from iterator. The I is what? Item? Into iterator where item is t. Okay, so I just didn't make a proper iterator here, I guess. What is this type here? It is an iterator. Is it of the wrong type, though? How does this work? Is it like item equals use size? No. Maplet is nice. It's a crate that provides macros to make maps and sets. Yep. That's what Sarian was saying. I should follow your advice. You and Sarian. Let's give you a point. I will, okay. Without it becoming too stressful, let me peek into this maplet. If it's too stressful, then I'm gonna jump back out. I don't like that they don't have examples. Okay, that's nice. Do they have one for set? Okay, I like it. I'm in Maplet 1.0, and we'll pull it in as a dev dependency. Maplet 1.0. I like 1.0 things. All right. Use maplet hash set. You convinced me. Yeah. It does look kind of neat, doesn't it? I should just be able to say hash set of that, and it should just work, right? Yes, that's exactly what I want. That's awesome. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad you guys... Oh, I didn't put in dev dependencies? Oh, you're right. Thank you for that catch. Dev dependencies. I think it's when I get past 4 hours. I notice a few things. I have a harder time thinking. I stop waving at new people. And I make more mistakes. There are a lot of people that I just didn't wave to who joined in like, what, in the last hour? I haven't said hello to anybody in the last hour. Well, let me at least say hello to the recent chatters. Hello, Fluffy Squirrels. And Metro Dev, hello. Metro Dev with that special golden gear. Let's see. How far back should I go? Akazia, who was asking about the Blender API. I hope you get an answer to that soon. And RazorX. And Peyton Rules. And I forgot to wave to Togglebit, but I did give a shout out. He's probably gone, but I'll wave to him anyway. And that's, I think, as far back as I'm going to go. Sounds like an excellent time to start a complex project. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm starting with the simple things. That, given this, I wanted to serialize out as that. If we're going to JSON. All right. Let's do it. So, how is it actually implemented in C++? This way. All right. Paste. So I did it using arrays. I need to get more familiar with the facilities that Surday gives me. Yeah, what can we convert into Surday? I guess it would all come down to what traits does value implement. Okay, from strings, from cows, from maps. Do they go from hash set? They don't go from hash set, but they go from iterator. So we could iterate our hash set and get it, right? I wonder if the order would be random then. I guess we'll find out. I might get a random order from my hash set. So I guess I can do this all in one thing, right? JSON, which means I am pulling it up. If it's not already there, it's all okay. This though, I can lift up. Did I miss something? I did miss something. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Dang it. It's this thing. No, that's the serialized. This is the new version that's binary. We'll have to test that in a bit. It's the conversion to JSON I want. This one. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so I don't need that. So it's going to be term. Oh, so the command can be optional? All right. Which means that down here I have to say it's sum. And then I can't optionally specify, can I? So I can start off with let JSON equal JSON. end there, make it mutable, and return it down, well, return it down here. If let sum command equals self.command, this should say self.term too. Then this stuff, one, two, three, four, iter, collect, hash set should work too without it maplet. The maplet's nice. Yeah, that's what I started writing, is the array and then iter. And I didn't think of collect for some reason. Yeah, my brain being slow, I think. Right, so I'm going to want the command to have trait methods for me to do these things. So like, this should be to JSON also. And this should be type. That's a reserved word, isn't it? Command type. All right, so function command type borrow self returns a what? Slice of string. And then to JSON. Self yields a JSON value. All right, so then here, we'll click the light bulb and implement missing members. Nice. So here it would just be what the test expects. Single configuration. And then here is the other part that I started writing that I actually picked from the wrong place. There. This can just be JSON, a configuration, and then I need an object. Well, I need to make an object from a, oh no, I need an object. The object in it contains instance IDs. And here, this is an array, a JSON array. So how do I make a JSON array? I can probably just say JSON array, or I can do that. That's if it's literal, right? If I get into a vector, so I can say JSON value array, and then here I can say self dot configuration dot iter dot collect vector. Surday supports hash set natively? Oh. How come I didn't see that? I was looking through the froms and I didn't see the hash set. I saw map. Is that where it's sort of hidden? I'll look at the link you gave me. In this case, I want serialize, right? So what did I miss from? How come I didn't see that at first? Oh, there's a serialized trait. So you're saying I didn't look far enough. It's here. All right. What would that serialize to, though? Would it serialize to JSON? If I want a JSON array from a hash set, are you saying that I can just put it here? Let's comment all this stuff out. That just works? But what does that look like? I don't know if that's going to look the way I want, though. Hey there, Ginger the guinea pig. I guess we can see if it's what if it gives me what I want. Old configuration. Instance IDs. I have to maintain the structure because all of my game is using this right now. I would have to do a version transition to move to a different something else. Old configuration. So I can see what this gives me. Command type is wrong. No, it's right. So what did I do wrong here? Wait. I can't do an assignment. Oh, is that not how you put things into JSON object? With third day JSON? Let's see. Oh, because it might not be, I remember this. You have to see if it has to be an object, right? So it's easier if I do a, if I start with a JSON, this gives me a JSON value, right? But I really want to get the variant of that. I want it to start with an object. So can I first start with an object? I guess so, right? So we can just say this is a JSON object. What methods does that have? Oh, it doesn't have methods, it's a variant. So then I have to, how do we make one of these? I'd rather like start with the map string. Oh, right. Then I don't make a variant. I just make a map string. So, Surday JSON map. New. JSON. There. Equals that. All right. And then this would have to be like JSON value object JSON. Magical elves. Not sure how Surday JSON builds its value. It's just an enum. So we can build it from an object, right? And the object has a map inside. So I can make a map myself, although it's not letting me cast this, I guess. Do I have to say value from? Like JSON value from? I have to say that for all these then? That's sort of tedious. And let me guess. Yeah, I need to borrow that. Oh, and I don't have to say that. It already is. Okay. Okay, so then it's telling me it's never used. I'm using it down here. So the reason why... why would it say that? I don't know. No entry found for key. Okay, so that's not how you insert into a map, obviously. Impedance mismatch between what I'm familiar with and this new stuff. It's stressful for me. Okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for map. What if I just type map here? Yes, please. Okay, so I really do need to call insert. All right, fine. Let's do it all these places. Insert. Word over. Comma. End of line there. Now what? It has to be a string, so that means I have to stringify all of these. That's tedious. All right, now I can run it. Okay, what's different here? There out of order. They're in some random order. Great. Shoot. How am I gonna... I guess I can always sort them then. Rally Monkey's here. 25 months. That's 2 whole years and 1 month. Thank you, Rally Monkey. Uses the serialized trait. Okay, well, at least you guys taught me it does put it into an array. Problem is it's not sorting it, so I can't just do that. I want it to be sorted. Yeah, it's the same information, but it's just random. It's probably because it's in a hash, right? So I can't just do that. Really, I wanted to go into a vector that's sorted. Is there a way to get a sorted vector from a hash set? I guess I can iterate and then sorted and then collect into a vector of the things. There's no sorted for iterator? Or there is and I have to use something. What if you used a B-tree map? I don't know. I don't know what a B-tree map is. Sorted. Is sorted. How about sort? You collect into vector, then sort, then serialize, or use iter tools. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised that there's no way to sort from an iterator. Okay. I'll clean this up later. Let configuration equal... Because we have to collect it and then sort it, right? So that should be a vector. Oh, it's a vector of references. Okay, so I want copied. Yes, and then we need to make it mutable so that we can sort it. Then I can put it here. Wait. What does it return? Hold on. What does sort return? Oh. Really? Stable sort primitive. Use sort unstable. Why? This is all news to me. When sorting primitive values, it's better to use an unstable sort than a stable sort. Using a stable sort consumes more memory and CPU cycles. Okay. Alright, dude. There we go. Sort unstable. Chain them, collect, sort. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I would just do that. And then, how gross will it look if I just dump that in there? Okay. It's not even gonna, it's not formatting it anymore. Rust format's like, I'm through with you, dude. Rust format's like, I don't know what you're doing, but at this point, you know, you have fun. Have fun with that. Yeah. Formatter doesn't want anything to do with this. Okay. I'd rather have the formatter be cooperative with me, so how about I give them names? Old. And then do that. Now at least the formatter is cooperative. Okay. So I didn't need any of this commented out code, right? All right. Run the test. I just want to get one test to pass, you know? Okay, now I'm getting nulls. I'm getting null now. Why would I get null? Because you can't chain them. That answers that. It doesn't return the vector, so I have to do this. Now it'll work, right? Yes. Okay. Now that I got a test to pass, I feel better. That won't work. Sort me takes the vector in place. Yeah. It's not as cool as Python. Hey there, Batcraft. How are you today? I'm getting a little weary of this stuff because it's more stressful when I have to learn something new while I'm streaming. I'm much more comfortable just taking knowledge I've already picked up and exercising with it. Hello from PlayStation 5 client. Oh, hello, Rally Monkey inside the PlayStation 5 client. How are you? You made it worse. How did you make it worse? No, it's good to try it out. I learned something. I learned that when you sort a vector, you don't get the vector back out, so we can't chain it. So I'll have to come back and clean this up later. Should leave a note here to do. Clean this up once I get better at surday / surday JSON. Right? And this JSON format's not going to last more than a year anyway, so maybe it's not that important. You learn a lot from ice creams? I'm glad you learn a lot too. I'm certainly learning a lot, but it's stressful when I have to learn and program at the same time. Remember when sort unstable got stabilized and had the amazing change note? Stabilized sort unstable? Like, no! That's a weird name, actually, you know, when you think about it. It makes me think that that this isn't entirely stable. Not entirely stable. I'm glad you're here to tell us these things. Yeah, if you don't get that reference, then I don't blame you. All right, moving on. There's a reason why this thinks I am not using it even though I am. Is it because we're in configuration test? Right, and if I really wanted it to be used outside, I would make it public. So this warning will go away once I actually use it outside of the test framework, right? Yeah. So then I'll leave the warning, and I'll just move on to the next test. So that... I've looked at so many files, I don't know where the tests are anymore. I must not have pinned it. Okay. Here they are. All right. So the next one was decode. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's decode it. Test function decode snake case. Do I want to keep around this ridiculous assert act stuff? I don't think so. That's from like the rigid days of assert act, arrange act assert. I think it's overly strict, so I'm just going to drop it. All right, so then, sure, we have an encoded entry. So let that encoded entry, and we're going to use the nifty JSON macro, which means we can drop all this and move to real JSON, which is really sweet, actually. And I think about it, commas go away. Well, not all commas, only these commas. It can figure out that's an object from that syntax. So I can drop that parentheses, all of these go away. These become, whoa, that didn't work. Ugh, my multiple cursor foo is not good today. I'm not clicking there. Gah, editor. Okay. These all go away. So do these. This becomes array. All right, and a lot of this syntax goes away. These are colons. Ah. Finally. Okay, so we have a single configuration from term 9. We're dropping server 5 again. All right, so then, right, so let the entry equal Raft, a log entry from. So it will take a surday JSON value. And then we can do a whole bunch of checks. So assert equal 9 for the term. Okay, so here it's going to be dot command type. Why is that a problem? What's the error there? Oh, because it's an option. So I need to say, first do an assert entry command is some. Does that mean the original C++ was unsafe? Indeed, it assumed that the command was non-null. Wow, non-safe. So first we would do that, and then we would say let command. Can we? I can't pull out of the entry, can I? I have to destructure it. We can destructure it. Ha ha ha. Log entry term command equal that, and then we can remove the entry part. I learned that yesterday. Then I can say let command equal command unwrap, because we already asserted that it is some, and then I can just say command type. That's a clip for sure? The realization? Okay, I missed it. I really like that I can destructure that stuff, though. Okay, so, this is doing a downcast, right? I don't know how to do that in Rust, so I'm going to look it up. Unsafe? Rust fixing the bugs you weren't aware existed? Yeah. Rust downcast trait. Downcast. That's an actual trait, crate? Yeah, we're looking at the book again. No, we're looking at the user forum. Too bright. There we go. One still needs to implement methods on the trait that you downcast. What? That wasn't really that helpful. Let's go back. Okay, here's a Reddit post. So bright, man. This one keeps popping up for me. There's not really an idea of downcast, so maybe I need to rethink this whole thing then. Okay, so if we can't downcast, then how do I handle this concept where a log entry can optionally contain any kind of command? How would we get the command out? Would I need to do an enum here instead? There's got to be a way to do this. Yeah, but then that locks it at... Well, actually, locking it at compile time is fine. Well, no, it has to be extensible by the user of this library. So the whole point is that... Well, actually, I could make it extensible. I could have an enum like this. I could say enum command single configuration, which has this junk in it. And then the other one was joint. That with almost the same contents, only it was old and new. Thing is, how do we handle... I guess we should also say none. How do we handle the ones that the user of the Raft library would, like basically all my game commands? I'm thinking maybe it would be user, and then we would have to allow them to box something that implements command there. And then we wouldn't handle that. We would let the game handle that. But then the question is, how does the game handle that? How does it figure out what command it, like how does it use its own command? I don't yet know how to do that. There's any. Need extensively with true downcasting, there's any. So that you're saying that that maybe I would have a plus any. What is that from is that in standard or is that a crate? There isn't any. Trait to emulate dynamic typing. Most types implement any. There's a type ID. Downcast ref. Here we go. Aha! That's what I want. And it works because we have to, at compile time, know the type, which the user will. Okay, I think that's what I want to do then. So minimally, we need it to implement command because we need to be able to tell it to serialize. And all to figure out deserialization. I think the way we're going to do it is we're going to register deserializers by command type. I think that's how I did it in C++ also. Okay, so I think this will work. But I'm going to, just for convenience, leave it as an enum because then I don't need to use the any stuff if we know that for sure what it is. To make it extensively, you could make your log entry generic or store a vec for user to deserialize. Yeah, we're going to do something like that. Wait a minute, hold on. Make it generic. Make the log entry generic? Because I was thinking that this would just be that. You're saying make it generic and then pass the generic parameter down to command somehow? Works by compiler magic, which assigns type IDs to types that compile. So I'm sort of doing that with this concept of command type, right? In the JSON structure, that's how we signal that what this means depends on that type. So I'm kind of doing that in the JSON too. But I figure why not hard code these variants? Let the user add, this would be the extension point, that they can implement anything that implements command also. And as long as they box it up, we should be able to hold on to it, right? Because we don't need to know the size. Okay, so use standard any. Can I not do that there? Only auto traits can be, ooh. So I need to make I need to define another trait, don't I? So maybe say that command extends any. And then I can say that's a dynamic command. Okay, but didn't that say that we don't need to do that because most types implement any? Any type which contains non-static reference does not. Okay, so I probably don't need to do that, right? I could probably downcast that. The user can downcast it later. Right? What's wrong with this? Oh yeah, it is multiply defined. Let's fix that. Right. Hold on. So, okay, I used the same name for two things. So what to name this? Maybe name the trait something else. See you, Luma Code. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. It is implemented for types, but to use it in your trait still needs to be able to access its methods. Oh, so I should put any there? Well, okay, you're saying don't need to add any there, but you're saying, but then in the next one you said that to use it, your trait still needs to be able to access its methods. So does that mean I do need to add that? If I plan to downcast that if the user plans to downcast that, we'll get there anyway, right? I don't actually need it for now. Maybe just leave it out for now. Let's leave it out for now. Let's say that the only kinds of commands you can do are the elemental ones there. I just need a new name for that. These is redundant. That's probably what it's telling me, right? Those are redundant. Yeah, and then actually that means I don't need the trait at all, right? Yeah, I don't need this trait. Goodbye, trait. And then I don't need this. And then this is just implement command. All right, I got this. I know what I'm doing. Command type self, it depends, right? Match self. If it's a single configuration of who cares, it's that. If it's a joint configuration of who cares, it's a joint configuration. Do I have to say command in front? I do, but what's wrong here? I'm missing an arm. Oh, none. Yeah, what do we print for none? I guess I'll just say none. I didn't have that in C++ because the none was a null pointer, and then you couldn't even call command type. So goodbye null pointer, hello none string. Okay, so then the same thing here, right? There, and we'll keep the to-do thing around. Okay, so for none, I think we'll just use a null. So that is a, how do we make a null? That would be JSON value null, right? There we go. And then the single configuration is this junk. All right, I'm getting my confidence back a little bit. Here we do care about it, right? So this is configuration, old configuration. And then I remove the selfs out. And it just doesn't want to format because I haven't written this other code yet. What if I just copy this for now? Because it's almost exactly the same, only this is new configuration, old configuration. Whoops, I hit the wrong key. This has to say that style. Oops. Okay, we have compiler errors elsewhere. You can make it an option command. But I do like the idea of inserting JSON null there, that I don't need to handle the option. It's sort of built into the command that, like, basically I am formally saying that there is a none command. I like that idea. Then I don't have to say option there, which means they don't need to have a let sum here. I can just oh wait, take that back. We don't even include the type if there's no command. Right? Do I even have a test of that? I don't know if I should have a test for that, for a null command. Oh yeah, here we go. So there's no type at all. So okay, so I think you're right, Sari, and I should move back to an option because it also means that the type is missing. Point. So we're moving away from the none then. And the null. And we're moving back to option. Because that controls whether or not we even include the type at all. Cool. Okay, so then this is slightly different, right? It's command : single configuration. Yeah, that's not so bad, right? And then I don't need to box it anymore, which is kind of nice. Because we know the size. And the same thing down, well, I haven't finished writing this yet. I was in the middle of writing this, right? So, yes, this is correct. This will give me that, okay, so then I don't need to downcast it. I do need to well, the downcast is is assert, well, a match, right? Actually, can you do a, there is no like is sum built in, so I'm going to have to do a match, right? Command. Yeah, I'll have to do this. So, can assert a variant, just match and panic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. You're right, Silmith. Give you a point for following along and helping out. Thank you. So it's just single configuration, right? Command single configuration. Old configuration. And then the asserts go there. And everything else is a panic. It should have been a single configuration. Or expected. Okay. Oh, boom, it just formatted everything. Oh, I didn't convert these yet. Yeah, so these just become hash sets like we was doing before, right? Like that. Whoa. Wrong key. Like that. And these go away. And there's no instance IDs anymore. And this one is snake case. Ooh, I love it. Okay. So we're just missing the from here. That is the meat of this, right? So I need to implement from log entry for JSON value. And nope, that didn't work. Hold on, what? Why did it expect a log entry with from? I don't have to be explicit in the type, do I? Want it know that I'm... Did I get that wrong? Oh, I'm doing it backwards, aren't I? Yeah. It should be from JSON value for log entry. Yeah, I had it backwards. It's what happens when I get tired. Implement that. All right. And that should compile. Oh, yay. Compiling. I like it. So we just have the warnings. Anything I can clean up right now? Never constructed. That's just because we only constructed in the tests. So I'm gonna ignore that one. Okay, let's run this one again. Still passes. That's good. This one will fail because it'll hit my to-do. Not implemented there, right? Okay, cool. So now we just have to do the deserialization. So let's find that. Where's my decode? I'm missing it. What am I looking at? Encode. Is it not in log entry, but somewhere else? Oh wait, there's a whole bunch of other messages in here. Wait. Oh, right. Message is a different concept. Log entry, yeah, okay, never mind. I don't want to look at message then. I'll just get confused. So where is the decode? Oh, here it is. Yeah, in C++, it was a constructor. So the equivalent of a C++ constructor from JSON is a from JSON. I like Rust better. Okay, so here, right, it's leveraging the fact that if at any point these are not present, that we'll get a get size of 0. So it's actually very permissive. Do I want that? I suppose it's fine. So we would just do this with a series of ifs, right? If the syntax is not familiar to me, but it's one of these, right? It's like get, right? And then get followed by like the one to, well, an if let, right? Yeah, that's right. So if let some, I was just thinking, can I do this with a match? I could do this with a match, right? Match, borrow that JSON, and the pattern would be, no, I don't think I can do it with a pattern. You might want to do impl try from and return a result log entry. Well, but the C++ code was very permissive, so it'll always return something. That's why I was going to do a from. I would do a try from if it's only if it's fallible, right? So I understand you. If this was fallible, and then I wouldn't even use a constructor because it would entice me to throw an exception, which I hate. So the way I designed it, it's infallible. And my understanding is if it's infallible, it's nicer to do a from, right? But you're right. If it was fallible, try from would be better. Yeah, definitely. So you get a point. You are correct. Given that it's, yeah, I don't think I was going down the wrong path with that match. I think I just want to do if let some name. What's the name? Configuration? Are you allowed to throw? Yes, but I hate doing it because the semantics get really confusing to me. So I don't throw exceptions anywhere in my C++ because it's actually for two different reasons. To me, it's always confused me, and number two is on like embedded targets. Bringing in the exception handling support system was a big waste, like for how much you end up using it. So I was sort of been trained over the years not to use exceptions in C++. But yeah, you can throw in a C++ constructor. The only thing you can't throw in is a destructor, I believe. Because of reasons that I can't remember. But you're not supposed to, it's bad form to throw in any kind of constructor or destructor or assignment operator. It's just bad form, I think. Just like it would be bad to panic inside of a new or a drop. I don't even think you can panic in a drop in Rust, right? If let's some, what name do I want to put for this? Like encoded configuration? I guess we can call it configuration. Equals json.get configuration. Then this will be a value borrowed, correct? And then I would do a nested one because I, for some reason, decided to make this nested at the time. Configuration well, it has to be an object. So if let sir JSON oh, no, I can do it this way. Object configuration equals configuration. As far as I know, you can't combine two if-lets together, so I have to do it this way, right? Then it's a borrowed map from string to value. So now at this point, I can do another get, right? Or do I even need to do that? Can I just do that? That would be so much nicer. I think I can, right? So at this point, it's just this. Then I end up having the value, so I just need to make sure it is an array. So if let JSON value array instance IDs instance IDs flat map or and then for option, you guess. I see what you're saying. I can do json.get and then the combiner would be and then. Actually, that wouldn't be too terrible, would it? It would look like, hold on, this is good, right? Comment it out. That's for reference, the old code. So I can say that, and then exactly. So I want and then configuration configuration.get that. Actually, this would not look that bad, right? Can I not say that? Oh, we're just not done yet. Correct. Okay, so then, yeah, it wouldn't be too bad, because I could just say and then again. Instance IDs. Dot, not dot this time. At this point, I can't call a method. I have to do a match, right? So I would say if let that equals that, then sum of that let the formatter clean this up in a second, else none. There we go. Still have to do this style, right? And then I can do and then with the instance IDs, we can take the array and make a hash set out of it. So that would be, wouldn't it just be iterated and then collect? So instance IDs, how do we use, oh, it's already vector. Okay, cool. So iter collect into, do I even need to give the type if we're immediately going to assign it back to something? So if I say self configuration is this, and then let's say old configuration is just placeholder here, hash set new. Can I do that? No. Why not? Expected one argument, found two somewhere. Oh, I didn't close that. What's the error? F8? No such field. Oh, because this needs to be, oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Shoot. We haven't determined if that's the right kind of log entry yet. It needs to first go through the log entry thing. Here's the dynamic dispatch, by the way, that I have. Where it starts with these two, and then the user adds more. So that's how we do constructing the user types. Is they have to provide a command factory. As a point style, you always give the type for a collect. I suppose so. Let me give Sarian a point. Yeah, I leaped ahead of myself here. First, we have to read the type in order to tell if it's one that we know about. In fact, there's only two that it can be. Otherwise, we're going to I guess what will we construct? What does this code construct if it doesn't find it? Oh, it doesn't. Looks like it makes a null command. If the factory is the end iterator, then it doesn't construct a command. Okay, so that answers that. It will be none if it cannot be understood. So yeah, so I have to do JSON get command, and then command match command. So there are two possibilities. We have the single configuration. If so, then this... Can I reuse JSON again? Because this just borrows it immutably, right? Yeah, so I can reuse JSON again. So I have to say command single configuration, and then in here I put actually I put all of this stuff. So all of that. Comma, and then we let's just have I'll do the joint configuration later. This should say some, by the way. Otherwise, none. Okay, I'm missing some brackets. Probably because I'm getting really carried away with my indentation. Okay, that's what it should look like. It doesn't want to match these brackets up correctly. That matches up with that, yes. This matches up with that. Okay, maybe it's too deep to see that it matches up with that there. Or I got some other mistake. Anyway, this constructs command. So this is all command. And then term is something we can get separately, right? Now what happens if the term... Oh, I think the way I did this is if you couldn't parse it as a number, it goes to 0. So I should do the same thing, right? Let's make a helper. Or no, I could do map. So JSON get term, and then term, what was it again? U8, U size parse? Or parse? No, it was term dot parse U size, I think. I can't remember. Still haven't committed that one to memory. Is it this one? Oh, but that is a value, so I need to write, I need to convert it to a string first, which means I need to do another match, don't I? Or an if let. If let JSON value integer, or number, term, equals term, then term parse that, else none. No, 0. comma. Oh, this is really messed up. Bye, Fluffy Squirrel. And bye, Silmith. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. We have to eat dinner soon. Okay, get term, and then... how do we use the parse? Actually, this... oh, I don't need to parse it. It's already going to be number. What is a number? It's a struct where n is what? It's an enum. Positive integer, negative integer, float. Okay, so we can just make sure it's a positive integer. I can actually, since number is number a struct? It's a struct, so I can use destructuring, right? I can say n. Well, I don't even... I have to say n. Do I put a colon there? JSON value has functions like as... oh, it does? So I don't even need to destructure this junk? Thank you. That's it. You're ending up saving me a lot of time. Thank you, Therian. I just don't know these things. So you're saying I have an as u size, maybe? Or as u64. Okay. u64 is fine. Alright, that's what I want. Alright, yeah. Sure. That makes it a lot easier. I don't have to do any of this junk, right? I can just say, whoops. I can just say term dot as u64. In fact, this could be optimized to just JSON value as 64, right? I think. Just got your hands on an original install disk for Windows 95? And suggestions on how to put it through spaces. Set up a virtual machine. And try to install Windows 95 on the virtual machine. That sounds like fun. I have original install disks for DOS. And also, what was it? There was another derivative, like a hack of DOS. For DOS? Is that what it was? I'm going to regret searching this on stream. So I'm going to do it off stream. Haha. Who knows when you do... if I mistype 4chan. Yeah. I had 4DOS back in the day. Remember this thing? I think I still have the discs for it somewhere. No, I never saw Microsoft Bob. That didn't live very long, did it? It doesn't not like my putting a function here. I think it's just all confused. Okay, so JSON get term, and then so eventually I have to say like if it's none, right? Because right, so or right. Turns the option if it contains a value. Oh no, it's unwrap or, isn't it? Unwrap or the default 0, comma. Okay, now I gotta figure out what the heck I got wrong in all this mess. What's wrong with this one? Self is log entry, so there is a term. I suppose let's try to calculate these separately. Let term equal that. Let's oops, I put that in totally the wrong place. Oh, that's what's wrong. I'm missing a self there. All right. Okay, I can deal with the mismatch, and so that's just a map. This would be like term as usize. Cool. All right. So then, what's wrong with this? it expects a third. What's the command here? Oh. I missed a step in here, didn't I? Oh, right. I need to convert it to a string. Don't I? Hold on. No, I need type, not command. I need type. And then the type had better be a string, so type... Oh, yeah, it's just, and then JSON value as string, right? This returns a slice, I hope. Optional slice, perfect. And then it should be, right, okay, so then it's not, it's dot get command, and then command get configuration, and then configuration get instance IDs, and then do all, okay, so what's the problem here? Is it that I moved it? Expected struct found option. Oh, right. So I need to have a default or else, right? Unwrap or. And if we couldn't get anything, it's just going to be a hash set new, right? Thank you for the follow. I haven't gotten hardly any follows all day. It's probably going to tell me I need to annotate the type, isn't it? An option of type option cannot be built from an iterator over elements of values. Oh, I see. Because and then once an option. So I should say it's some thing. Now what? A type of hash set cannot be built from an iterator over type of values. Okay, so then I have to... Wait a minute, I thought that was a vector. It is a... Oh, is it a different kind of vector? Is it a Surde vector? No, it's a vector. Oh, but it's a different kind of vector. Shoot, I didn't notice that. It's a vector of values. So I have to iterate and then I each have to look at each one of them and it has to be a value, right? Yeah, okay, so I know what I need to do. So let's indent before I go crazy here. So iter, and then for each I need to map the value, and a value has to be, well, I can just say JSON value as U64, right? And then map how do I map a bunch of okay, just map, right? Value value unwrap or 0 collect. Or would I filter map? I would filter map this, wouldn't I? Yeah, there we go. Okay, and collect. Collect is my nemesis today. Oh, I just need to convert. I need the conversion right here. Right there. Map value as usize. Ha 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 ha. Look at this monster. Okay, so I just don't have the syntax quite right. Yeah, I'm missing a parentheses there. Ooh, it indented the whole damn thing. Is it going to warn me that's too complicated? Oh no, it wants me to use a and then instead of a map. I don't know what it's talking about. Value is absolute. No, what these are functions. So it's basically saying take the JSON value, get the term out of the object, and then call this function on it. And then map every term to the term converted to an integer. So this is a function that's going to take term as an input, which in this case is going to be a U64, and then typecast it to a usize. So yeah, every time you see the pipes, like that, it means this is like a function object or a functor or a closure. There are lots of different words for it. Yeah. So this style of programming, this functional style, it has a lot of chaining of calls, and then the use of passing functions as values to those calls. So it's a little confusing at first. It's very non-procedural. They still feel like magic, yeah, especially when you consider that nothing actually happens when you do a collect, right? I guess the unwrap or is doing the collect at the end. Same thing here, right? It'll ping it for at least one thing. What's it trying to tell me? It's just telling me something could be better here. Using option and then sum is more succinctly expressed as map. Okay, at some point I have an and then with a sum, right? It's not this whole thing, is it? Why is it highlighting this entire thing? Oh, is it this last one? Map. Yeah, that should be a map, right? Because we can eliminate one level of indentation from this madness. Okay, I got somewhere else. Oh, use of unwrap or followed by a call to new. Why is that a warning? Let's look it up. What's really cool is that the Rust lint warnings give you things to look up. Unwrap or suggest use of or else unwrap. Okay, they just want me to use a function there. Yeah, so it should be unwrap or else that. And this is wrong because of why? Redundant closure. Okay, yeah, so you don't need to have a closure for that. You can just pass the function as an object. It's finally happy. I need to take a drink. All right. This is crazy. I'm going to want to refactor this later, right? Like, I should have a helper that just does that kind of a lookup. There's not much way to avoid this. This is actually descending the tree. This I definitely could have a helper for, right? Because it is saying, and then expect an array and gather its, oh no, this is basically saying, and then expect array. So I can make a function called expect array, or something like that. Or array, if it's an array, and then if array, and then, yeah, this is just give me a hash set of numbers. Your first instance IDs, and then can use as array. Oh, rather than doing that? Okay, that's what I was thinking. Like, there should be a way to do that. Yeah, okay, you're right. Thank you, Sarian. If you guys want to know why Sarian has 65 points, it's because Sarian is really helpful with that kind of thing. So this could just be JSON value as array, right? Look at that. It's even cleaner. It's awesome. And now it's actually not so terrible, because that really made it terrible in my eyes. If only we could consolidate this somehow. Not really much we can do to that. Okay, anyway, this should at least pass the test, right? This should reconstruct everything. Oh, I need to do old configuration. Oh yeah, okay. This is going to be... a lot of this is common, so what if I make a helper that can read instance IDs? Basically, this part. Let's make a helper for that. So function What's that? Oh, okay. Decode instance ID. Given a reference to what? A configuration, right? Configuration is a borrowed JSON value, right? Yeah. It's going to give me a hash set of usizes. That is it. So given the configuration, get it, and then it has to be an array. Yeah, there we go. So chop that off. This goes to this, right? Nope. Messed that one up. What did I do wrong there? Did I not get the type of this correct? Hash set, right? Oh, do I need to borrow it? No, it's already borrowed. Sign a contract today for your first internship? Oh, nice. That's fine. You can share that kind of thing. Congratulations. What if you had a from JSON value on command? From JSON value on command. Sorry, Sari, I didn't quite get that one. That's a JSON value. Okay, what do I get when I just say that configuration? Okay, throat's dry again. Need to drink more. From JSON value for command. That's... Oh, I see what you're saying. So it would just do this part then? That's probably a good idea, right? Because then I can separate the term from the command part. But it would have to be impl from JSON value for option command, because I need to return none there. Yeah, I can do that real quick. So it would be... It would actually go... It would have better parity with that impl, right? Because that impl has the toJSON... Which makes me think it shouldn't be called toJSON. There should be like a from in the other direction, right? Or maybe I want it to be explicit, actually. I don't know. This would have to be for option command, right? Implement missing members, and then we can have a subset of this, right? It would just be this. Let me think about that. No. I would have to get the type, right? Yeah, so this much of it, right? Down to here. Would go there if I named this JSON. And then I have to, yeah, so then this becomes self. Oh, no, it doesn't. What's wrong with this? Wait, what? Oh, I can't do that because option isn't defined here? Well, that's a bummer. Hold on. Did it tell me that before and I just didn't see? Yeah, it did. You can't do that? Well, there we go. Because you can't... I guess I could do a try from. Would that be better? Is there no try from? There is if I bring it in. I guess that's what we want, right? Okay. We will get an error, but then we could cast the error to none, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, that's the closest I can get, right? So then this would fit there. Only, I can't do a none, I have to do an error of some kind. What if I just did an error of, nothing? Type error is nothing. And then, hold on, what? I didn't like that? Probably because this other arm isn't correct. This should be an OK. And then this should be JSON. Uh-oh. Didn't like that at all. Oh, probably because there's nothing at the end, right? Should be, or... Is it okay or else? Or else. No, I keep getting this wrong. It's unwrap or. Or actually, I want a result in the end, right? So wouldn't I just say, okay, or? Yeah. So then this would go back to sum. Hold on. I got to be careful about this. The end then returns an option. This, yeah, so this needs to be, these need to be options. This would be an okay or error. Now we're good? Almost. Except that should be just or that. And then it can't use that because why? Mismatch types. Expected an option. Oh, sum. Is that what was... am I going... No, we get a hash set. The end then should give me an option, right? I need to make an option. So do I need to persist the sum all the way through then? Is that how that works? Which means I can't do that like that, right? Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? This is just a map. Yeah, and so was that. Signature is wrong. Okay, I'm confused. How did this work down here? Oh, it didn't. It didn't work. Yeah, I still need to figure this out. So, this is option map, right? Option map. And then this is again option map. And then why doesn't option map take this function? It should take it, right? So what's the error? Type mismatch. Expected a function that takes a hash set. Oh, this is extra. What am I doing with this? I get the, yeah, this is extra. Whoa, not this again. I do that occasionally. I get rid of my desktop. The output of line 89 would be, yeah, so I had some dead code in there is what happened. Because we extracted that out, right? I had a copy of it still there. So now this is good. Except for I have an, oh yeah, this other stuff. So then I can, like, the whole intent of this was to just, do the from, right? So, wait a minute, I'm lost again. Right, we're gonna use the try from down here. So this would do command. So it's command try from JSON, correct? And then I have to map, I have to unwrap or the whole thing, right? Unwrap or none? I think. That doesn't seem right to me. Getting close. Expected an option, but found a command. Oh, right. So I don't want an unwrap or I want to turn a result. So that would be like okay or something like that, right? This I like to look at the cheat sheet for. You guys know about this cheat sheet? It's pretty neat. I need to turn a result into an option. So I look down here and I see what's result to turn into an option. It's okay. Okay. Look at that. It just works. That's how cool that cheat sheet is. I don't have to remember the names. I just look it up. All right. After all that, actually, it looks a lot cleaner now, right? Because that goes through try from. This one isn't so bad. Oh, because I didn't do that one. Okay, so it's going to look a little bit hairier, but it's not too bad. So a little bit of repetition here, right? Because this is slightly different. This get command, I wonder if I could do that once. I could if I lifted it out, right? I could do a JSON get command and then. Yeah, why don't I do that? JSON get command and then command match command. No, not match command. What am I thinking? No, I want to match against... oh, I have too many things called command. Because this doesn't belong here. Wait. I'm... What am I doing? What am I doing? Go back. Right. That part's fine. What I need to do is put a block here. Right? Let me think about this. Yeah, because I need to get the common thing, right? So I need to get the common thing first. JSON get command and then... command will need to return... Well, if we can get the command at that level, then it's going to be some single configuration, right? Yeah, so it's this. But then I can skip these first two lines, and this becomes this down to here, right? And this deletes down to here. Okay, I messed things up. That. Oh boy. What the heck am I doing? Let's try to line it up to give it some sanity. Okay, is that an extra one there? No, that goes with that. That goes with that. What else did I do wrong here? I need to have an unwrap or none, I guess, again. Sounds like a time for a lambda. Yeah. Well, I need to learn some way. Like, why not learn by struggling? Wait a minute, what am I doing? Shouldn't I do a map here? Shouldn't I just do that? Oh, wait, I have, this part shouldn't be here. Oh, no, it should. Okay, I'm just getting confused. This is the map we're going to put it through. If it's something, then we're returning this and setting it for the return value, right? Okay, yeah, this is... I don't know what it is. I'm tired or something. Why not pull all common lines of code out of the map? These aren't common, though. They're different. Okay, these two are common, but the first line is different. I did pull this is the common part out, the JSON get command. That's what I was doing. It was actually okay before with redundancy, but now that I pulled it out, I screwed it up somehow. So I think I'm just going to undo. Back up. It's like when you're stuck in a rut, you just back up until you get out, and then you try again. Okay, so this almost works. This works, right? What I was trying to do is pull out this part. So we only look for the command JSON object once, and if we find it, then we build that. So let me try again. Maybe with more structure to start with. Yeah, like that. And then the common part would be to do this first. Map. So map will turn the U into an option U, so we don't need a sum, right? So this I can take out and put in here. If I understand that right. Okay, it's almost correct except for we descend it a little bit further. I need to use command instead of in place of these. No, not exactly. I just delete this common code here, right? Delete that and delete that. And this extra parentheses. Okay, I got it that time. The more I work on this, the more I'm trying to make it readable and stuff like that. So this makes sense, right? That to take a JSON value and to turn it into a command, we get the type first, and then it has to be a string. By the way, if for all these maps and thens, if any of these steps ever get a mismatch, we fall down through here, right? So we will end up with an error, which is a unit, which if we ever get that down here, we would in the try. I lost my place. Sorry. The try from JSON, we would, the OK would turn it into a none. So basically the command will be none unless all these things happen, right? It has to be a type field. It has to be a string. And then given that string, we do a match. If it's single configuration, then we try to get the command, which is at the same level as type, and map that command to if there is a command, then we're going to make one of these by constructing its two hash maps similarly. So there's a little bit of common code here, but it's so I could extract this as a function, I guess. Well, I already extracted some of it, right? So maybe I just need to extract more of it. I think what it would be is instead of taking a, where is it? Where did I put it? I put it below, I think, by accident. This one. Instead of taking a JSON value, if it took an option JSON value, then we can remove the map. Right? Because map takes an option. Actually, no, I can't just add a method to option. So I would still have to do a map, but I could do a map. I could do it this way. Well, thank you for the follow. Yeah, why can't I just do the map that? There we go. I've reasoned it out. And I can't put that into decode instance IDs because it might not even go in there if it's already short-circuited out. So these are the traps at the end, right? We have an empty hash set if we couldn't get the configuration or we couldn't decode it. Actually, no, that's only one thing. If we couldn't get the configuration, it wouldn't map it through the decode, and so it would get that. All right. Okay, that's pretty slim. I'm liking it. Let's see if it passes my test. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm getting a little tired. Rust is hard. What can I say? I can run the second test. Okay, so all my tests pass. Let's run them together and see 2 passed. All right. I think it gets a little easier now because the next tests are for the joint configuration, so that's almost exactly the same, right? In fact, I think I'm just going to take the other test cases and duplicate them and change what needs to be changed. Okay, so joint instead of single, and then decode joint instead of single. Okay, so then it's just a joint configuration where it says old and new. This should say joint. This should say new. Okay, and then here it's joint. Here it says new. This should say joint. There, this says new. This says new. Expected joint configuration. All right, so then these will, I don't know if this one might pass actually. That one passed because I already did that work. This one fails because I didn't fill that in, right? Here. Right, it didn't decode as a command because I didn't fill it in yet. Up here, right? I don't have the joint configuration handled, so let's handle it. Joint configuration. And then this almost matches. This just needs to have a new configuration, and this has to say new configuration. Perfect. Okay, and so let's just run all the tests. All 4 should pass now. Yeah, okay. Let's check that in. That's an initial checkpoint. So I can encode and decode the basic command, the elementary log entries that are required by Raft. Whew. Okay. Raft get cola. Okay, work in progress porting to Rust. So establish Rust crate. Establish a log entry type with tests. The type currently only supports the bare minimum log entries for Raft to work. All right. Since those traps are common, can you move them below their parent map function? Just curious. I can take a look and see if it can be done. What else did I do? We said, well, establish log crate. Oh, I'm missing a git ignore. I think it's good form to have a git ignore now. Someone was teaching me this the other day. That if someone were to pull this from, as a top level, it ought to have a... Oh, this one's missing a git ignore too. Let's add it to both. Where did I have one? Like Pantry has one. Git ignore. Let's put one in Raft, and we'll put one in WebSockets while I'm at it. All right. F5. Now we have a git ignore too. So check in the git ignore. Check in the cargo toml has a bare minimum what we need. Yes. My standard Rust format stuff. The lib which just mentions log entry, and log entry which just has serialization, deserialization, right? How come the diff doesn't go... Why is it a ... It won't show me all of it. Okay, right, so I also update readme to make room for the Rust port. Yes. And so, yeah, I wanted to say here, add git ignore, cargo toml, and Rust format.toml. Looks good to me. Commit. All right. Now, should you have, if you're a glutton for punishment, then you're welcome to take a look at my code. This part's open source, so there it is in GitHub. Does Rust have something like coroutines? They are working on that. So the short answer is not yet. So if you look Rust language coroutine. So I looked this up the other day for chat, and yeah, it's an experimental feature in Rust. There's an RFC to cover it. So I think you can try them out if you use the nightly build of the Rust tools. Yeah, it's a nightly only experimental API. They work just like you'd expect. So you can do a yield and call it multiple times, and every time you call it, it gives you the next value. So you can kind of use it like an iterator, I think. But yeah, they're all experimental. So there are ways to make something that's like a generator manually. They just haven't yet finalized it for whatever reason. They probably explain why here. It doesn't say why. Yeah. The devil's in the details somewhere. There's some reason why they haven't stabilized it yet. But they're getting close, I hope, because coroutines are kind of neat. All right, what's the next thing I need? This stuff is all crap we don't need to check in. All right. All right, I'm fairly happy with this code. I think this is it for now for log entry. Next is message, right? Unless I miss some tests. Oh, we have 2 JSON with command. Do I need that? Isn't that the same as encode? It is the same. Why do I have 2 tests for the same thing? I don't think I need these tests. To JSON. Oh, I need these ones without command. I need these ones, definitely. These are the null pointer like tests. Rust heavily uses LLVM, and they already have a decent coroutine support. I don't remember clearly, but it had something to do with the fact that there are edge cases in Rust because of what Rust adds in its syntax and semantics that make certain things that you could do with coroutines, like interactions basically between what you could do in a coroutine and then other things the compiler has to study and analyze. Because not only does it have to compile your code, it has to syntactically make sense, but also there's the borrow checker. And there are the things that the borrow checker does, I believe, that would that are tricky to handle for a generator. It makes sense, right? A generator is a function that you're going to call multiple times, and yet it has state like a closure. It's kind of like a closure that's mutable, with some extra syntax to allow you to return early and then re-enter. So I bet it has something to do with lifetimes, because when you start to talk about leaving the scope of a closure and then coming back in, what happens to the references that you were holding, right? So I bet it has something to do with the borrow checker. So LLVM doesn't have a borrow checker. The borrow checker is added on to it to form Rust. All right, thank you for all the follows today. I appreciate it. Okay, so then we're getting rid of this language with there. So it's just going to be let entry equal log entry with a term of 9 and a command of none, right? And then we don't need that line. It's just going to be an assert. Well, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. This becomes JSON macro term 9. Easy peasy, right? All right, and so for this one, it's similar. I might have to end the stream soon because I smell dinner cooking. And if I don't go to the dinner table when dinner's ready, I get in trouble. Just like I'm a kid. Actually, it's because the whole family has the whole rule to follow. Okay, so let entry as JSON, let's snakeify that, is JSON with term of 9. Okay, and then we are going to convert that. So let entry equals log entry from entry as JSON. And then we are going to assert that the term is 9 and assert that the command is none. Because we don't have null, we have none in Rust, right? And what did I do wrong here? This should be assert equal. Oh, I have to say to JSON. Great. Run the test. Pass. Run the other test. Pass. Nice. C++ has coroutines now, and they're pretty neat. It's also possible these coroutines in C via some compiler magic in Clang. C++ has the benefit of not having the borrow checker and all that junk, so it's a lot easier to do stuff with the compiler. I think for all the benefits that the borrow checker gives Rust, it kind of pins it down, so to speak, in what they can do with the compiler, right? That's my limited, maybe misguided knowledge of the issue. Okay, I think I'm done with this module. So I can make a commit that says we're done with log entry, I think. Oh, no, there's more. There's more. Compare equal. Oh, right. There was a reason we had to make log entries comparable, right? Yes, so none of the, basically the whole test is make a whole bunch of different log entries. They should be equal to themselves, but not to each other. I kind of expressed it in a weird way. It does test all combinations, but it ends up testing them twice, right? I didn't really need to do that. I could have had J start with I plus 1, and it would have caught, yeah, why don't I just learn from this? Okay, compare equal. Do I have a compare not equal? I have custom command, which we'll do later. I don't have custom command yet. I need to figure out how I'm going to do the any type stuff. Maybe after dinner. Okay. I promised my community I'd try to do more late night streams because there are people on the other side of the planet who don't get to watch me, so I wonder if I'll end up streaming after dinner. It's a good enough time to do it, right? Friday night. All right, and we'll probably get a whole bunch of different people coming in. So after I end the stream, I might start it again after dinner. Which means actually I don't even really need to stop the stream. I could just say BRB for like 20 minutes. Hey there, Jesse. How are you doing today? Actually, let me give out some other waves. The Cloner X, hello. Volatile Majesty, hello to you as well. You're just implementing Rust for a project yourself. Might borrow some ideas here. Ah, I'm flattered. Hey there, Sir Flabbergast. And Rocklebest. I just forgot to say hi to you guys. I've been okay. I'm trying to make my stream now more chill for myself and not stress so much. Jesse's a streamer. You should check out his stream. You might like it. I like to shout out fellow streamers, especially ones I know. Yeah, so I took a break for about a month to do a contracting job, and then while I was on break, I realized that streaming is stressful the way I had it set up. So that if I go back to streaming, which I felt I should do if I'm not going to get another contracting job, I need to at least set it up so I don't burn myself out. So that's making the stress level down. So now I let go of a lot of things I was doing in the stream that were like not genuine, just trying to, you know, maybe be I was trying to be a different kind of streamer, really. For example, I had channel point redemptions to pet my cat, and I mean, people love that stuff, but that's just not me. I love my cat and all, but having channel point rewards to pet the cat, yeah, it's what would you call it? A mismatch between the streamer I am and the streamer that I thought I needed to be. So keeping the stream so that it doesn't stress me out as much, I think has been a very positive thing. Like another thing I gave up, which is sort of controversial, I guess, is my schedule. I don't have a fixed schedule anymore. I just try to stream 2 or 3 times or more if I can. But if I wake up in the morning and maybe I didn't sleep very well or something, if I don't feel like streaming, I don't stream. Whereas before, I had to have a schedule, so I'd feel really bad if I had to not stream. Yeah, gotta prioritize it, yep. Streaming is hard because I'm doing 2 jobs at once here. I am doing my own hobby stuff, but I'm also interacting with chat, and that can be very stressful, especially if there are different pressures pushing you in different directions at once. Would you mind explaining how your state machine interacts with the Raft stuff in terms of how you send and receive requests? Okay. Does the state machine listen for network requests and then forward to Raft? So, Volatile Majesty, I can only talk about the C++ implementation because I'm at the very, very early stages here of porting it to Raft. If we talk about the C++ implementation, the way it works is there is an API at the top level, the server API. Let's go look through it. There are a list of events, right? And the way you get them is you subscribe to events. So this delegate that you call is a function. So it's like a callback function. And whenever it's called to deliver an event. Okay? And so the events, this is where control click doesn't really help. The type of events include send message. So this is Raft telling you that it wants to send a message to the rest of the cluster. So it's network agnostic. You could have Raft implemented in terms of a pretend network, for example, which is what I do to test the thing. I don't want to have the whole network set up just to test the mechanics of sending messages between members of a cluster. So it's just all Raft API here says is, I need you to send this message. I don't care how you do it, but it needs to go out to someone else in the cluster, right? And the other things you get are, you get told if the cluster has elected a leader. You get told if the node that you're on has become a candidate or the leader or the follower. And if there are configuration changes, or if you need to install a snapshot, or if you're caught up to the rest of the cluster, right? That's So that's send. So associated with this, and in Rust, this is going to be a true enum with attached data. Right now in C++, it's a struct which has a discriminator type right here, and then there's you have that the whole thing is a base class, and then you derive it for every concrete type. So a send event will have the message all serialized ready. So it's all in a byte string ready for you to send over the network to another member of the cluster identified by some number. So the user has to implement what does it mean to send a message, and then how do I map the instance numbers to other locations. So in my game, for example, the send message is implemented in terms of using an established connection between cluster members where the instance number is the key, and the socket, I use WebSockets, so the WebSocket is the value in the dictionary given this key. And the game is constantly trying to connect to all other instances of the game that it knows about, and it knows about them through a common configuration JSON file that is distributed. Basically, there's an orchestrator, another program that seeds you, gives you the initial config, and the initial config says, oh, by the way, you are server 1. There are other servers out there, 2, 3, and 4, and here are their IP addresses and host names. So given that, you can map any instance number to a host name and a port number, open up a WebSocket connection to them, and if you're successful, then you're able to send these messages. So this message is buttoned up as a text message over a WebSocket that we've hopefully established and stashed in a dictionary with the key being the instance number. So there's some edge cases with that, right? What if Raft tells you to send a message to a member of the cluster and you haven't connected your WebSocket yet? Or maybe you have a WebSocket and it got broken, right? Disconnected. I'm counting on the fact that Raft is designed to work in a untrusted or a unreliable network. So Rust has built in the concept that your message might not be delivered. So I take the easy way out. If send message event is given to the user and the user is like, I don't know how to talk to that guy yet, it just drops the message on the floor. So that pretty much explains the send part. How the receive part works, I have to remember how I did that. I think it's whenever you receive a message, there's a way to send in the message here. Yeah, it's called receive message. So you just flip flip everything around. So the user, in my case, is my game, has a dictionary where it holds onto a bunch of WebSockets, and for each one it knows what the ID number is. It's actively trying to read those WebSockets. Let's say it gets a message, and it knows that, okay, that WebSocket's instance 3. So it'll take the message with the instance number 3 and call the receive message on the Raft module. And then internally, Raft will say, okay, is this message meant or a valid message and all that stuff? And yeah, everything else is basically the send message but turned around backwards. I hope that explains it. In other words, I have another way. Another comment is to again go over the, well, what am I trying to say? In a nutshell, the API doesn't define how to send or receive messages, but it assumes that you are going to provide that dependency by calling into the Raft when you receive a message. And then if Raft wants to send you something, you have to subscribe to this callback. And in the callback, one of the possible events you might get is a request to send a message, right? So that's basically it. How does that compare to your implementation? Or what you've seen other people do? I like to keep myself very, very generic because I can make a mock event handler to say, well, send message event when we get that, let's just put it in a list. And at the end of the test, we'll just look at the list and say, well, these are the messages Raft should have sent. Yes, they sent exactly what we expected they should send. So without having to set up a whole network with different connections and I'll manage all that stuff. So that it allows me to unit test Raft alone. All right. Back to this, right? So in this, I think what we would just want to do is make an array. So let examples equal an array. And for every top-level JSON object here, we're going to do a JSON macro call. So I'm putting multiple cursors in here and going over one word. I'm typing JSON, exclamation mark. Oh, no problem, Volatile Majesty. I'm a little bit curious how you might do it or how you've seen it done. Okay, so that goes there. All right, and then I need to fix up a bunch of stuff, right? All of these braces go away. All of these turn into... I'm not going to do multiple cursors. I'm just going to... Well, except for this. I can't resist doing that. Yeah, let's just do traditional editing here. Okay, I got to go in 5 minutes. Everybody, I got a 5-minute warning. I just came over the loudspeaker. I'll be lucky if I can get this test done. I might have to do this after dinner. All right, I can do this a little bit faster by just doing that. Doing that. This goes there. Whoops. HasherCorp. You've seen libraries that provide direct APIs to append entries, request vote, instead of a subscriber system like I have. Oh, okay. Yeah, I basically, my implementation figures out what it should be doing. It's more than just the core of Raft. There's a little bit more in it. They run a separate TCP server on the same host, and the consensus modules communicate using a different transfer altogether. Ah, interesting. Okay. Okay, so arrays are just arrays, right? Okay, getting there. This one's more complicated because we have a lot of different JSON things all piled together. I'm not going to finish this in time. I'm going to tell you what I'll do. I'll probably end the stream and then come back in maybe half an hour. In the meantime, I'll raid somebody else who I hope you find interesting. But if you see my notification come back that I'm live, then I'll be back to do more of this. The state machine just forwards client requests to Raft, and then the library communicates using its own network. Oh. Wacky. Huh. JSON object goes away. That goes there. That goes away. Okay, getting there. This turns into array. Go to the end. What's wrong here? Oh, probably because this one's wrong. Okay, this is that. Okay, this goes to that. That. Oh, what am I doing? I can just do this. Colon. I'm getting faster. The more I do this rote stuff, the easier it gets. Oh, I missed a bracket. Oh, no, there's an extra bracket. There we go. And that there. Okay, cool. So the JSON's done. So then, if I need to know the length, can I actually get the length? Num examples equal examples.len. Will that give me a number? It will. Okay, cool. So I can say for I in 0 to num examples, for j in I to num examples, right? Because we don't need to go to 0 because we test everything twice that way. Oh, maybe I did that on purpose. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Well, if I and j aren't the same, it might make a difference. So let's just, I'll keep it. It's more strenuous. So this would be assert equal if I is j. Examples I examples j. Otherwise, assert that they're not equal. Is there an assert not equal? There is. Okay, cool. Because this won't work right now because I don't have... oh, wait a minute. Maybe it will work. Whoa, ho, ho. Hold on. This is just comparing JSON to JSON? Okay. I missed one thing, is that we need to convert them to Raft. So I need to convert the examples. Let examples equal examples dot iter dot map example to log entry from example dot collect to a vector of log entries. We can put that to cheese it. Okay, so now I need to implement partial equal for this to work, and I don't have any time because I have to go eat dinner. So let's find someone to rate, and I will probably be back because I'm really interested in continuing the work on this. Let me go find someone. Twitch, I'm going to twitch.tv/team/ruststations to see if there's anyone else doing Rust right now. Nope, just me. Okay, so then I'm going to look at my following list. All right. I haven't rated Chris in a while. He's not doing Rust, but he is a friend of the stream, and he is doing web dev. I think we'll just raid Chris, because I gotta go. Well, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, so let me start this raid. Raid. CM Griffing. Okay, if you don't know CM Griffing, he made the stream parrot, which is the chat overlay above my head. He's an awesome web dev, and awesome stream too. So I hopefully will be back. We'll see. But I hope you enjoyed Chris's channel, and I'll see you later, okay? Have a good weekend if I don't see you. Bye. Bye.